chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I no longer blind the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
So we enter the final night for the PUBG APAC qualifiers on the road to the Esports World Cup. The race is on Jordan for that top 4, which, currently it's not a massive gap by any means, which leads us to be hopefully having an exciting night tonight. We've got ourselves 6 final games to determine said top 4. I would say there's probably only one team that's looking probably head and shoulders at the moment in all gamers, but even they still need to pick up some extra points along the way tonight.
Yeah, they did have a couple of matches towards the back end of last night where they weren't really able to get it going too much. So instead of really running away with things, they do end up at 111 points, which is still quite stable. It's still quite solid. You're talking close to 25 or 25 points over a 5th place position, which is generally what we would consider to be reasonably safe in a 6-match format. So I think all gamers are fine. I don't think they're going to be dropping outside of the top 4, but for everybody else, the jury's kind of out at this point. Buriram have typically been reasonably consistent, so I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Sharper had a good night last night, but didn't have a great start, so they've been a bit more up and down. The same can kind of be said for Flash in the reverse, where they had a good first night and not necessarily as fantastic of a second night. TDT, Roy, Alter Ego, Forest Natural, I mean, even to an extent, E Arena and FW, 4 Crazy Rabbits have all kind of shown us moments, definitely, but not enough consistently to be inside the top 4 at the moment. However, they have done enough to say, look, if you have one banger night tonight, maybe you can still make it. Again, bearing in mind that cutoff, it's probably going to be around 120 points, somewhere near there is what we're kind of expecting. So you need a really, really big night if you're someone like an FW Esports or a 4 Crazy Rabbits. Not impossible, but very difficult. For me, I'd be looking at probably down to Alter Ego maybe as being part of that conversation. I was just having a quick look at back at their result last night. They got 47 points out of last night, so that'd put them up at about 117 points if they were to be able to replicate that, for example. So you do that again, you have 247 or 50, let's say 250 point days for Alter Ego, and then one sort of average kind of 20 plus point day, 23 I think it was for day 1. That sort of feels like it's doable for a team like Alter Ego, but for the rest of the squad underneath them, you're really expecting more than what we've been able to see from those teams in the past in order to qualify. So that starts to become a bit of a harder sell to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the first 2 games will probably be the most telling heading into Miramar to begin in terms of where teams are going to be really at in terms of what is required. Last night, Sharper Esports was a really good example of what you can do to catch up, and those 2 wins that they got back-to-back are actually like the vast majority of their points. So like the beauty of PUBG is you're never really mathematically out of it until probably game 5 and 6. So I think coming out of the gates for those teams around the middle part of the leaderboard, I'm not talking about, say, TDT or Roy, I don't think they need to necessarily go and get back-to-back wins to begin, but essentially for like Alter Ego down to probably even just E Arena, to be completely blunt, like if they come out and kind of win the first 2 games, then suddenly it's game back on, at least for those 2 teams or 3 teams or however many start really well, respectively, then to the top 4. The other caveat being really like Team Flash, for instance, Jordan, was a really big talking point yesterday. Just kind of felt like weaning off a little bit after a strong start day 1. Day 2 wasn't quite as impactful. They're sitting in that 4th position right now on 91 points. Can they hold a top 4 position? Because they're still going to need at least a 30-point night. That at minimum, you can't afford to have a 15-20 point kind of night. You don't really want to go into Miramar and drop a donut to begin, suddenly pressure on. You may even then drop straight out of the top 4 off of the opening game. So that's kind of the pressure on them. TDT will be clearly breathing down their neck. I'm usually with 18-game tournaments, especially with 4 spots, you're probably not going to go into game 5 and think we're done. No. Maybe game 6, like you can get to game 6 and you can essentially say, okay, well, unless something crazy, super crazy happens, this should be pretty much locked up. But usually game 5 is the last real hurdle for those that will be in those qual spots. As we look at the maps again, Miramar through Taego, Rondo, and Erangel will be where we close. So these Miramar games are going to be so important, even more than Taego and Rondo. You need to start well. You need to get points on the board. If you're not in the top 4, Miramar is where you're going to need to collect those points. You may even have to change up playstyles.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, you're going to have to lock in today. That's the main takeaway, I guess, for a lot of teams here. The only team that really can feel a little bit safe, I mean, I guess, is someone like All Gamers, or for the wrong reasons, maybe someone like Zanshin, unfortunately, who are just not going to make it. They're so many points away, so it's impossible for them. IPSG, Savage Men, probably also just no real conversation to be had there. So those guys can play a little bit freer, and we have talked about that as well in the last couple of weeks, right? Even when we were looking at Korea, that today's games may be a little bit messier, maybe a little bit goofier, when some of those teams towards the bottom end of the standings aren't quite as locked in, let's just say. So we'll see how things end up shaping up here, but it wouldn't be necessarily super surprising to see a couple of maybe more interesting sends, and that could definitely influence the top end of the standings. Either people getting fed a little bit more so, 4 kills early on in the game, something like that, or you know, for the wrong reasons, where you suffer a knock, someone's going to try and send your building or send your compound, you suffer a knock or two, and that may ruin one of your games. So something for these guys at the top end to be aware of, that maybe this lobby is not quite going to play out as cleanly as it did over the last couple of days. But looking forward to getting stuck into it. Obviously, we've got 6 games to go, and jury is out still at this point. And it certainly could get a little bit more exciting if, let's say, Alter Ego, Roy Esports, maybe Forest Natural would go on to actually win this first game. If they can get a good solid like 20 points out of the first game, or maybe let's say 30 points out of the first 2 games, that's where this actually really starts to heat up.
Yeah, and look, it puts pressure on those teams, absolutely. You've got to think now, if you're not in the top 4 position, you've got pressure on you. I mean, there's also pressure on probably Team Flash, Sharper to a lesser degree. You know, like in theory, Sharper are only 13 points to 5th. Like, that's actually not a lot with 6 games to go. I mean, and then you can throw in Miramar at that point because they're only 1 point extra. So, you know, it really does come down to, though, you probably need multiple teams to be doing well in terms of, I would say, TDT, Roy, and I'll include Alter Ego in that as well. That if all 3 of those can start off on Miramar, and not obviously all of them can win, but if they can start off and get big points, it puts so much pressure on those in the top 4 straight off the bat. Nice playing path south to north, straight down the middle here, Miramar. It's the final night for the APAC qualifiers on the road to the Esports World Cup. We've kind of mentioned some of the teams to keep an eye out so far. E-Arena will be one of them. 66 points currently, where they stand 25 points shy of 4th, which that in itself, Jordan, you go and get a 15 kill win. Bam, you could just erase that in the opening game and leave yourself then plenty of headroom in the final 5 matches. So things can change quickly. We saw that firsthand yesterday with Sharper Esports. It's never maybe as bad as it really seems. All it means, though, is if you find yourself in a position where you're now 25 to 35 points behind, you can't just chip away at it tonight. You can't just be getting 5 points here or there. You need big games, and so that is not going to be very easy to do.
Yeah, big day required, certainly for a few. Savage Men is unfortunately not one of the teams that is really part of that conversation, nor ISG. But they're going to be having a good crack at things. Not every day that you get to play in a lobby as qualified as this one. And particularly for the stakes that are involved in this one as well. You know, even if you are a team that's maybe out of the running at this stage of the competition, you probably do still feel like, well, this is as good as we're going to get as far as competition is concerned. Now, this is interesting. Buram with an early knock onto FCR. We talked about FCR being in a position where if they had a phenomenal day today, they might still be able to make something happen. That is not the start that they would want from it. But on the other hand, for Buram, those are some seriously welcome points, because every little point that they get here early on in the day is going to make their job so much easier later on in the piece. They're currently sitting in 2nd place, but it's a reasonably healthy 2nd place. So that extra point from Uez is a massive, massive boon just to get the day started correctly.
Yeah, I think I was giving a lot of praise to Buram yesterday, and coming into the final day for these qualifiers, for me, they've been the best team overall, and that's just through general play. Yes, I would say all gamers have clearly had higher peaks, considering the fact that Buram haven't even actually won a game yet. It's quite surprising to give them a lot of praise, but PUBG's not all about just getting the chicken dinner. And again, I mentioned this yesterday, the placement points that have been gained for Buram, 33 without a win, like that's actually quite incredible. You know, you're actually kind of competing in terms of placement points with teams that have multiple wins, and you're around that mark. They're 2nd for kills overall, and they've just been one of the more disciplined teams in this lobby, which is just full of chaos, where teams are sending, crashing, and at times over peaking or over aggressing, making mistakes here or there. They've looked the calmest, they've looked the cleanest, as Khan Might just find a second here for Biram, although the AUG shot's not landing on the drive-by from Ed King. Roy Esports will be very thankful they don't lose one early, similar to the 4 Crazy Rabbits, because Roy, a team that's certainly in far more contention for the top 4, 14 points behind Team Flash, which is very, very doable for this Roy Esports team that has already won 2 games so far in this tournament. Just an early rotate for Ed King. And for Roy, I think they want to make sure that they can get a decent position early on, and that's what Ed King's basically trying to do. He's now center point, trying to pull up towards the long building, but it's already taken. Biram will claim this pretty quickly, and that gives them a really nice split. Essentially a 2-1-1 split for Biram, and the triangle formation is giving them the entire center zone control here for phase 1.
Yeah, this might be Biram throwing down the gauntlet for the rest of the teams in the lobby if they can start today off well. And obviously they already have started today well, but it's about converting on this game. You know, talking about that early rotation from Roy, he's still kind of floating around looking for somewhere to pull up. The rest of Roy obviously following suit, but I do think it's quite important for Roy to be able to find that stable center position. We saw on the first day, on day 1 of this qualifier, that was where they did their best work from. I felt like when they had to play edge, when they had to play out of their comfort zone, they definitely were not able to convert on those games quite as well. So day 1, where they were getting center, where they were getting a little bit more favor from the zone, let's say, they were able to do a little bit more work, and that's kind of what they're hoping for here, but they may have just sort of missed that timing window, as FCR and Biram have been the ones to set themselves up a little bit more central. Now, remembering FCR are down a player, so there is that as a factor, but looks like they're still pretty happy with how the proceedings are going. Savage Men and Team Flash having a bit of a back and forth here. I'm not really sure that this is going to be a fight that they want to be overly investing in. They're both sort of set up just south of El Azahar. Not really likely to be seeing them move too much, but letting one another know that, you know, we see you, you see us. It's probably all that's really necessary this early on in the game. No knocks coming from it, bit of chip damage here, but yeah, if you just get stuck in a long fight like that, you're going to be burning through resources. So I dare say they're going to just have a little bit of a handshake there and stop shooting at one another for a little bit. At least until the next rotation is concerned.
One of the top 4 teams in Sharper, by the way, down in Los Leones here, and this is a very northern circle, so it's going to be a very late rotate for them, actually close by to Zanshin. Alter Ego coming in from El Pozo, again, another team that's probably not going to get good position, and they need a big game. More pressure on Alter Ego than comparison to, say, a Sharper Esports, who, because of their big day yesterday, you know, they kind of put in the work early. They get the reward early. They can kind of come into today just looking to, you know, pick up 5-6 points a game. That probably then gets them top 4. They don't need those massive games anymore, so they can come in, play late. They don't have to go early positions and try and get, you know, crazy spots early. But Nysol, well, as I'm talking about it, has finished off Thunders, so you're not really in a position, still Sharper, to be just throwing away games. You're not exactly got a massive point gap, and especially to the team that's in dead last. Now, admittedly, the final game yesterday, Zanshin finally had a game that was a little bit more decent, which was good to see. Maybe they can bring some of that into the final day, and certainly a good start against the Sharper Esports team that were incredibly strong yesterday. And for Sharper, currently 99 points in third. 13 points ahead of TDT, but if you lose one early, your chances now of getting those big point games certainly do diminish and could open the door to those in 5th, 6th, and 7th, who will certainly want to be leapfrogging you as soon as possible.
Yeah, I tell you what, you wouldn't be feeling very happy if Zanshin was the team to ruin your chances of qualifying to EWC in Game 1. Obviously, there's still a lot of games left to go. But Sharper wisely trying to navigate away from that engagement. Tycon receiving some fire here from Huang on TDT. Nothing really to come of this one. One team that I'm interested to kind of keep a note of this game as well as Forest Natural. Can't see them on our screens right now, but up in the hard northern side of the map, they're going for a very, very long rotate. Going to be coming in around Campo Militar, maybe past ISG. And they're another one of those teams that you throw in that bucket with 4 Crazy Rabbits, for example, that if they could start today well, they might even be part of that conversation still. So a northern shift here could throw a bit of chaos in. We're obviously expecting teams like Biram, who are dead center, to be feeling pretty good about things at the moment. But there has been quite a number of hard shifts in the APAC qualifier, even in the Korea qualifier as well. So I wouldn't be resting on my laurels just yet out of this phase 1 pool. London on the floor right now. I'm not sure who actually ended up getting that knock. Might have been Team Flash. So I'd imagine that's going to end up being converted. But also quite interested to see what is brewing here. The FCR guys have been kind of lurking around. Lambao has literally been sitting on that little ridge for probably 5 minutes. So is he aware that Buriram is so close? Does he know Dynasty is in the compound below him? Or is he just holding this position? I'm not sure. But it would stand to reason that these two teams are aware at least that one another are close by, because they were fighting earlier on. So it may sort of brew into something, particularly if Buriram have to move out of that compound and have to make a rotate. FCR looking for some revenge, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, revenge, I think, is probably on their minds the way that they're kind of just sitting. To be fair, they don't have anywhere else to really go, Jordan. I mean, they're kind of center point of this zone anyway. And if this does hard shift, you know that there's a couple players down below in this compound that are going to want to get moving, and they might not be aware that you're that close. Shanks with a big kill onto Taikon. And we saw Lunlun down earlier, now finished off by Jacob. Nice early point for E Arena, and a nice early point as well for Armory Gaming. Both kind of in a very similar position where they need a big game tonight. Hard shift here for phase 2 over towards Al Azhar. This is going to change things massively. Keep an eye on Buriram and 4 Crazy Rabbits now, Jordan, because they are going to be getting on the move. But I don't think it's actually the players that are in that compound that FCR were kind of camping that have to move. It's the others that are going to be maybe potentially making their way over. But never mind. In the vehicles will now go Riz and Dynasty. So far, nothing in the kill feed is good news for Buriram, and well, everyone has gotten into their vehicles. It's becoming a mad dash to reposition here on a phase 2 circle pop. That once again is a hard shift, which we've been getting quite a lot of in the APAC quals.
Still looks like a pretty good setup though for Buriram. We'll catch up with them in a second as we focus in on these rotations going past FCR. Some shots ringing out now. Servers look okay. So do FW Esports. Those are the two teams that are passing by. Do have Sharper that have now also made it into the zone. That pull has actually kind of helped them out a little bit. With it going so far to the west, there's a fair bit of space actually out on that western side that they're able to fill into, even despite the fact that they are one of the later rotators. Sanshin will be losing one. That'll be another point for all gamers. Not that they necessarily need a lot of help. Obviously standing head and shoulders above the rest of the field at the moment, so feeling pretty comfortable about their position for now. E Arena have a 2-2 split. Little north-south action kind of going on here, realistically speaking. Shouldn't really make too much of a difference, but if it is a hard north pull, maybe. The dust is settling. I mean, there's not a whole lot that's actually happened on that rotation, so I suppose it'll be into phase 3 and 4 where we really start to get into the shenanigans.
I mean, that's really Miramar in a nutshell, isn't it? Especially with a circle pop like this. Al Azhar itself, as a city, can house a couple of teams. Lots of decent cliff positions to still play out of. Lots of teams with vehicle rotates. Everyone's still got more than enough space. That's actually not, you know, bad playable positions. I mean, the far eastern side certainly is quite vacant, except for Forest Natural Gaming. Of course, Sharper now down to 3. Just on the east side of Al Azhar in this position, so just outside of the city. It's probably the western side where it's going to be quite intriguing to see what happens. FW rather split, Buriram holding just up above the cliff, looking down into Al Azhar. Down to 2 for all gamers. And we touch on them, Jordan. You know, they're not exactly hard locked in. It's not the, you know, kind of Gen G lead that we saw in the Korean qualifiers. If they have a, you know, single-digit night, it could all go horribly wrong. I think that for them, though, being on 111 points, make that 112 now with that kill, you're probably still only, let's be honest, 10 points away from being able to confirm a top 4, barring something quite crazy. So they don't need a big night by any means, and certainly not panicking for them. But you know, even though you are in first, you do still want to start the final night well, extend that lead as soon as you possibly can. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen in this game unless the duo can do something, yeah, really nicely. And I will say, this is the kind of circle you want when you are down to a duo early, being able to go into one of those main cities, in this case Al Azhar, find a building and kind of just chill out. And this is a very fascinating circle. So Al Azhar is still fully in, but it's that north side that's far more prominent inside of the phase 3 circle. This is a really nice circle right now for E Arena.
That's a nice circle for quite a number of teams there. To be honest, Armory Gaming maybe not too disappointed by it. Even Sharper, to an extent, have a chance to pick up a few points here if some teams start to come rotating past them. Team Flash slowly but surely making their way into the eastern flank of El Azahar. There's been an E pickup called as well by Buram. I'm not sure that they're going to end up needing to use it. They can stay up on that ridge that they've been holding for the better part of the last circle, but maybe someone just goes up for a bit of info. It doesn't look like anyone's taken it. It was just as an insurance fund in case there was going to be a hard pull. Cerberus getting themselves into the kill feed as well. We talked about Alter Ego and their chances of making a run into the top 4. It would have needed to be a good day, as good of a day as yesterday. Maybe even slightly better in an ideal world. But it hasn't started the way that have liked it to have. Lost a player. And they do kind of look like they're in a bit of trouble here. Kind of trying to roam around outside of the zone and see if they can find somewhere to pull up and reset. They need to heal up. They need to regroup. They're a bit split at the moment. And they're not finding a spot where they can do that safely without being harassed. They're kind of in between Six-Ax and the rest of FW Esports. You can see FW Esports are coming across to try to capitalize on this already. Ekbar has gone down. Nana One can't see anything. This Sandstorm might actually be the saving grace for Alter Ego. Raze will go down in a trade, so all of a sudden maybe we're back into a bit of an interesting spot here, although you'd say Trick is kind of done on that amount of HP. Canaxi's going to make short work of him, so Alter Ego down to just 1. It just looked all over the place really for Alter Ego, because you got 2 players sitting back here. Look, I guess granted Eggbug got dropped, but man was out of there. He didn't want to borrow it, so I reckon he's made a call and said, let's leave. And the other 2 have kind of like either hesitated or disagreed and said, let's fight. And they fought and he's left. And for whatever reason, there's been a miscomm. So he's gone. That fight might have been turnable if he was there. But either way, he's going to have to do it solo. So not a great start at all for Alter Ego. Very, very awkward.
Well, I mean, and it's very awkward now because of where they're at in terms of the standings. You know, like they came into tonight not really needing, you know, like probably like one really good win. And suddenly it's like, okay, we're back in it. And the first game of the night, you're down to a solo already. That's devastating for them. Just when they maybe thought they were still within a chance, considering what a good day that they had yesterday. One of the very much improved teams on day 2 in comparison to day 1. That's just the finicky nature of PUBG, though, Jordan. You can have a bad night into a good night, but doesn't mean you can have another good night, night 3. Man, the solo and Al Azahar, the finish. That's a little bit of a south pull. It takes away a lot of that space up north. Reyes knocked down by Duckmite. FW were in the action earlier on and will continue to do so. Nab's going to steal that away from Duckmite. Lambound then gets knocked down by a can. All happening here over towards the western side of Al Azahar, up on the cliff. But one got tagged down to half HP. John going to be able to spray down Edie. That's a great spray from that distance. Dynasty tucked in over on the corner over towards the right-hand side, lower end of that bowl. Does have a vehicle. Six-Ax also knocked down. It's all falling apart for FW. They've lost a second in quick succession and 3 very important kills for TDT. They need all the points that they can muster up as quick as possible, and just like that, they're now only 2 points away from the top 4. That's how quick it can change for this team in particular. They are very, very close to Team Flash.
Alter Ego out there as well in 16th place, so they have had a very poor start to the day. Canax, he's gone barreling down the hill. Where's he's going to go? He's on it for a jog. I don't think that's going to work out. Armory Gaming flanking him. So FW Esports also gone. A couple of teams in that chase pack that, look, were outside shots to begin with, but now with only 5 games left to play, are probably out of the running. Particularly in the case of FW, Alter Ego giving themselves a little bit more room to breathe with yesterday's result, but it's not looking good for those 2 teams, especially with teams like TDT as well, like you say, kind of starting to rise back up a little bit. They've been flying under the radar. Didn't think they had a outrageous day yesterday. They didn't need an outrageous day necessarily. Maybe today is their day. Zone pulling in about 1 minute to go before we will get to see where the next one is going to end up. And ISG still kicking around, but so many times you see them just out on the edge of the zone. Like, they always seem to find themselves playing edge, not in a comfortable position. And this is another one of those instances where they are one of the northernmost teams and they're still trying to figure out a way to maybe even get to this current zone, let alone even think about where they're going to go for the next zone. So they're kind of running a little bit behind the 8-ball here, ISG. I don't think it's going to go too well for them. Zanshin potentially giving up a point or two here to Roy in the kill feed. And again, that is going to make it even more difficult for the chase pack because, well, Roy are very much in and amongst it. And any points that they can get are going to be very valuable.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. One kill for ISG, but they could get a little bit more here and certainly play spoiler, and that's what a lot of those teams towards the bottom can still do tonight. Have a little bit of fun and be the nuisance against these teams that are still looking to qualify. Van Nye finishing off Lounbound, another handy point for TDT. Zest with the knock on to Muck as ISG are indeed getting amongst it, but Surpress slowly coming out on top. And King and Setsuna, the only two players still up for Roy. Only the singular point. There's now Zanshin coming in from the blue. I don't know how they've ended up in this position. Would have been a long wrap considering they were a Lost Leona's team. He's now pushing up. He did get some damage onto Ed King. Got to get this kill. Does convert. So at least 2 kills for Roy Esports. Just keeps the points ticking over. Kens goes down into the blue. And it leaves just Vivim completely by himself. They've been completely cut off by Cerberus. I think dealt with ISG rather comfortably. Cerberus, of course, a team that needs to do a lot of work tonight, Jordan. 49 points coming into tonight. They would essentially need 70 to 80 points, I think, from tonight, which could be certainly doable, but is it likely? Maybe not. For Roy now as a duo outside of the zone, anything else they can get from here is a bonus. This is going to be a very difficult position for them to gain more points, especially if they keep pushing in towards Cerberus. And there goes Buriram United at the hands of TDT. That's a statement from a team outside the top 4 to take one of those in the top 4 out early. No placement points for Buriram.
I am actually very intrigued to see what's going to happen here for Simon T. He is kind of a little isolated away from the rest of Cerberus, who are mostly focusing on TDT. You do have Roy having a look in his direction. Setsuna, those shots that you can hear right now going in the direction of Simon T. It does not look like they found the knock. And I think they would have needed to have gotten it right then and there if they wanted to secure that point. Now that the information has been given away to Cerberus that there is a team pushing at their back, they're probably not liable to lose any players in this, what would be 4-on-2. Zizzy, however, is going to drop, and Sharpa picking up some big points on offer right here. If E-Arena end up losing this fight, this is going to start to set Sharpa up for success. Yes, they're down to 3, but 4 points on offer if they can dispatch of E-Arena right here. And Sharpa will, again, continue to improve upon their position, perhaps maintain a top 4 spot at the end of this game. Be exactly what they'd want. Roy somehow has gotten in there for the steal onto Zizzy. This is just starting to turn into a bit of a mess. Jedi gets the knock onto Lyrics. Noran's trading one back there, of course. Sharpa down to 2, but E-Arena down to 0. And that'll be 3 points at least for Sharpa. 1 was stolen away, but they'll take it and continue to improve upon a solid position coming into day 3.
A dent into the campaign as well for E-Arena. Unfortunate, no placement points for them this game. TDT have come out of the gate swinging though. 8 kills, got themselves into Al-Azhar, 4 players up, so they'll likely make top 8 from here. And we go from a top 4, Jordan, to now really a top 5, which is really good coming into the final night. TDT have really kind of set the challenge down to those teams inside of the top 4. Obviously, Team Flash on the south side of Al-Azhar, 4 men up. You can see them off into the distance. They don't get the circle shift, though. That goes to the north side of the city towards, guess what? The duo of all gamers global, who have been able to stay alive, Destroy and Himas. Can they collect some placement points and maybe even further than that, some extra kill points for a team that lost 2 players virtually at the start of this game? Zest knocked down by Opons of Armory Gaming, who are inside west of Al-Azhar. Zest then gets eliminated, so Cerberus are going to find out very quickly. This is a tough position for them to play out of. 25 seconds, blue starts moving. You got to push down this hill, try and get towards Al-Azhar. Not going to be easy. 4 kills so far. Ed King in the Murado is going to blow up. That's going to be the end of Roy Esports. So they just miss out on placement points, and they just miss out on a valuable game where Sharpa, Buriram, not picking up big points. Although Sharpa, I don't know how much they could do against even just this duo. I think they go out here coming on that crash sand, coming down from that hill. Himas and Destroy are getting fed some valuable points, and I believe it is only Exquisite that is currently up right now for Sharper. So I think they're about to go out here. Would be about a 5-point game, which is fine for them. Although Blue Zone nade knock onto Himas. Leo does steal it for X-Men, as he's absolutely inundated with Blue Zone nades. Destroy even then goes down. Simon finds an angle, and in the end, Sharper find a successful crash.
Yeah, I was going to try and find the positives out of that one for Sharper in saying that, you know, if you're going to give points over to anyone, it's probably not too bad to give it over to all gamers. It means that at least that's not points that are going over to people that are trying to catch up with you. Now, though, it might be the other side of the coin. Simon T's going to go down. Cerberus have just given Sharper a couple more points. They get 2 more kill points out of that one, plus an extra placement, I think, because they ended up in 6th as opposed to 7th. They do end up going down themselves, but look, they add a few more points for themselves, and again, those few extra points, maybe it's 2, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4, you know, it can make a big difference at the end of the day. And that is an absolute mess on that side of the zone, but things will start to slow down now as we get into the final 5. And of course, it being an El Azahar finish means there's a lot of cover around. It is a city finish, and there's, well, a lot of teams kind of scurrying around, but it's going to be tough to dig players out. TDT and all gamers have run into one another, and Team Flash actually have shots in here as well. So that is starting to get a little messy.
Yeah, the old S12K, beautiful weapon for these kind of city finishes. 20 seconds till phase 7. Hoang got that knock onto Opons. 2 HP and was able to stay alive. Throws out the nade, and good cover from Upchen helping out Hoang, who was getting pushed on by UNQ. Armory now down to just a single player. Savage Men Esports in a great position. That's now 10 kills for TDT. Shank spotted by Upchen. X-Men are just getting so much vision from their position inside of Al Azhar. Yes, they've been quite fortunate with the circle shifts, but making the most of it at the moment. As Hoang does convert the kill onto Opons. Leo did get taken very low while he looked to try and push out of their position a little bit. Forest Natural Gaming have been very quiet, but they've got 4 players up. And going back to Sharper, I mean, yeah, they went from a 5-point game to virtually like an 8-9 point game in about the span of 30 seconds. That was almost doubling their points so quickly. I thought as soon as they were going to come down that hill, it was going to be a crash send, and it was going to go horribly wrong. And it started off that way. And how quickly it turned into a big positive for them. So that's a big game for Sharper Esports to, you know, just continue to keep their points per game average rolling nicely after a great day 2. Now to start day 3. Team Flash, just a single kill, but they are in top 5. Now it's the moment, though, in this kind of game for, you know, the team coming into tonight that was on the precipice in 4th, with TDT having the game that they've been having. As it stands, you know, they're not in 4th anymore, they're now in 5th. So they need to get kind of picking up points against the likes of X-Men and Forest Natural Gaming.
I like this setup, though, for Forest Natural Gaming. This is the position that so many teams were fighting over. It's actually not a bad spot to be in at this point in time. We'll see where Phase 8 says and what that's going to dictate. But if they get a reasonable pull here, they can actually go on to win this game. And even without it, maybe a couple of smokes gets them back over that road and into the city itself. They're kind of isolated away from the rest of the fighting. And Forest Natural Gaming, we're a team that we said, if they have a good start to the day, if they have a win, maybe they elevate themselves back into a position where we can argue they might be able to make a top 4. We are now into the top 4 for this particular match. Team Flash have got themselves 4 strong. Forest Natural Gaming the same. X-Men down to 3 and TDT down to 2. Interesting to see Team Flash and Forest Natural Gaming, though, in this top 4, because that is going to mean at least those 2 teams are going to be picking up some serious points in addition to TDT. So I think that the race is going to start to heat up a little bit after this game of Miramar. We'll get into that whole discussion when we do get to the leaderboard before the next match. But right now, seeing where this next zone pool is going to go is probably the most prevalent conversation. 5 seconds, and we're going to be pulling that one through. And Forest Natural are going to be hoping that it's going to be a northern pull, and it will be just enough of a northern pull that they don't have to move away from this compound. So they're happy with that. X-Men, of course, not too disappointed. Maybe even to an extent, Team Flash can be happy enough with that pull, but TDT going to have to cross the road, and things are going to get messy for them.
don't forget, Forest Natural Gaming, 8th, 68 points, close by to, the Alter Egos and the Roy Esports. They got themselves into a top 4. This is good. Yeah, it's only 1 kill, but now in a position to maximize on this late game position. And as you said before, good rotate to that more northern side. They can play defense, don't have to worry about, teams pushing in behind them. They can kind of just worry about those that are in the city. But they do probably still want to look to pick up points. For Savage Ben Esports, it's probably a case of too far down the leaderboard to have any impact for the race of top 4 outside of spoiling the party for others. Upchen will sit the smokes. TDT down to the duo, but 11 kills this game. Top 4, job done. Anything else, a bonus. Upchen spotted on the stairs by Hying. We'll talk about another extra point that goes the way of TDT. Hying did get knocked. Fair Night with a quick trade. Goes for the drop shot prone. Doesn't work. Leo with the double. It will get the revive on a savior. TDT will go out in 4th position as Savage Ben Esports will make top 3 along with Forest and Flash.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be a top 3, though, because Team Flash are on the hunt. Now, you don't want to overstep here, particularly because Kisama has been knocked on that cross by Scappy. So it's a wise move from Flash to just slow things down, even if it is going to allow Savior to get another res. There was a world there where Flash just overcommit to that. Leo gets another knock, and then all of a sudden the chances of Team Flash winning this game are gone up in smoke. But they themselves will find their own res. So we're back to 4v4, at least in terms of the discussion between them and Forest Natural. Leo on the move here, though, jumping out the window. He's looking for an angle. Has to be aware of what's happening at his back, as Forest Natural are also finding some space. It looks like both the full squads are pretty keen on just digging out X-Men here. So I suppose X-Men are the wild cards in this situation. There's a bounce straight to the face. Savior, he is going to be meeting his maker, and Leo will go down pretty quick smart after that. So a couple of extra points on the board there for Team Flash. And now into the 4-on-4. Forest Natural, I would argue, have taken slightly deeper positions inside of this Phase 9 zone. They are a little bit closer to the center dot, which will help them out. But this really comes down to who can get the first knock.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, first knock doesn't guarantee you anything, but it certainly goes a long way in helping in a 4-on-4 like this. Position, slight advantage for Forest, but even then, it's so marginal. As we see on the overhead, the ability for Flash to still get some high ground positions, kind of move side to side, get to more forward positions based on the way these fences are kind of located. So they go for the double boost up, trying to get Long X up there as well. Kind of running out of time, guys. I mean, the game's only got a minute remaining, and eventually Long X is going to be able to get boosted on up. So they get this high ground, but you got to be careful because it's also very easy for Forest to shoot you while you're up here. And the nades as well. Well, they go kind of over the top of the roof, and Kwaisama's able to avoid the brunt of that damage. Could have been a whole lot worse. Down to 45. He was able to get that shield back up, and so ends up being still a very valuable position for Team Flash in comparison to Forest. Forest don't have any kind of elevation, but not right now, just about neither does Team Flash. And I don't think you really have the time to go for that res. He's out for the count. There's that opening pick that goes the way of Forest Natural Gaming. The Panzer in hand for Baron. So as they get pushed further and closer towards Forest, you would imagine that Panzer can have a big say as well. And Binnek lost his battle. Long X must find the double here to the players on the fence. Got some good damage onto Kiss, and yes, said Blue Zone did the rest. Then gets Baron, who had to push out from the fence line. Still has Hungvo ditch down below, but Esquilusia, the old head. Oh, but Long X from above. It doesn't matter, though. One last player was still up for Forest. Right down to the wire. Wow. A great game on Al Azhar, really. That was the map for about the last 5 phase circles. It was a good little TDM scrap, but Forest Natural Gaming will collect the chicken dinner. It is their first of the APAC quals.
Yeah, man, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Forest Natural would have been sweating. Good effort from Team Flash. As you talked about, that high ground ended up actually coming in really quite valuably, but wasn't enough for Team Flash. Still, you have to say, a top 2 there for Team Flash.
Yeah.
It's good. It's a good result. They're in 4th coming into that game. They probably maintain top 4 Forest Natural
Depends on
points.
TDT had a huge game as well, like 12 kills and fifth as well. So, I mean, it's going to be intriguing to see how that's shaping up. I said it during the game, Jordan. It feels like a top 5, a real firm top 5 now tonight because of that game from TDT. Huge opening game here on the final night. Short break when we return straight back to Miramar. Big win for Forest Natural Gaming. 5 games to go for them as they chase the top 4. Jordan actually in 6th right now off of that. And a big game for them. And what a fun one too to begin on Al Azhar. So TDT get 16 points. Forest get 15 points. Savageman Esports, unfortunately too far away to really do that much tonight. So kind of, I would say 12 points that just are kind of wasted in terms of that battle for top 4, but it also means less distribution to those top 4 teams. Team Flash got 9, which is arguably the kind of start to the night they needed after slipping a little bit away yesterday. Kick off with a nice start here with 9 points. Funny that they started in the top 4 with those 9 points. They're actually out of the top 4 based on what we saw from TDT. It's not a big gap though by any means. Sharper with 8 points, and yeah, they had 5 on the send, got an extra 3 immediately after that as well. Only the 3 points for Roy and Biram, 2 for All Gamers. So some of the teams towards the top end not quite, getting the points necessary, Jordan, and it's made that overall leaderboard look incredibly spicy now.
It has indeed. I mean, look, obviously all gamers are still pretty comfortable up there at the top end of the standings at 113, who have actually been eclipsed now by Sharper. So in the space of, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 games since about halfway through yesterday, Sharp have gone from somewhere in the middle, maybe not even really a big talking point, straight up to 2nd place on 107 points there. So they do eclipse Buriram. TDT almost catching up to Buriram as well. We've got Team Flash just behind them by a couple of points, and then there's that significant drop. But when you consider that significant drop is to Forest Natural, who did quite well in that last game and maybe in some pretty good form tonight, feeling good. Again, all it takes is one decent game out of Forest Natural or Roy at this point. It kind of feels like those are probably the only 2 teams worth mentioning at this stage, because even, let's say, should Alter Ego go through and have a big game in the next, they're still going to be a good 5 or 10 points off of the pace, assuming at least 1 or 2 of the teams in the top 4 get some points in that game, which is a fairly safe assumption. So it's still a bit too early to really get too far into that nitty-gritty, but it does kind of feel like maybe it's a 7-horse race at this stage. 8 maybe at a stretch.
Well, I mean, this is the issue, right? Because it's always like you don't want to discount Alter Ego, because what happens if they just win this game, win the next game? Similar to what Sharper did yesterday.
Yeah.
So you can never really say, well, they're out of it. And then at that point, E-Arena's only 3 points behind. So then they have to enter the conversation. But then Umbria also then only 3 points behind E-Arena. And then you see where I'm going with this. It's a slippery slope. So really, the best way it is to kind of I would say from Alter Ego down to even Cerberus, it's like you bundle all of those teams and say, the only way you're going to make top 4 now, guys, is back-to-back wins of high point values, similar to what we got from Sharper yesterday, which they got 45 points in 2 matches. So if you were to just grab, an FW right now and say they go and do that, that puts them to 107 with 3 games to go. You're back on, you're back in the race, and you can then, do something in the last 3 games. But essentially, the best way to really kind of finish it all off is not only is that very unlikely, but it's going to happen, and it can only really happen to one of them. So a lot of those teams now, you could say are virtually out. You just don't know really which of them.
Which one?
Which one is it? But obviously, really big now that TDT, the game that they had, it gives us a proper top 5. I think obviously Forest, Roy, as you kind of touched on, close enough that they don't need back-to-back, but if they can go and win this game, like a 10-kill win, then it becomes a top 6. So we're really set up quite nicely. Southside Circle here for what will be our final Miramar game of the APAC qualifiers. Moving on to Taego after this. So this will be the last time that we will see Miramar with this lobby, with these teams at this tournament. And it is going to be Los Leones that features heavily for phase 1, but may not, in the further phases, as the long shoot past Brickyard and will get himself the choice of vehicle here.
Ooh, which one would you pick?
Pickup truck for sure.
You're a bit of a 4x4 man?
Yeah, I think you take the pickup truck.
Family man, you need that extra space.
Yeah, maybe back in, let's say, 2020 PUBG, I would have taken the Murado.
Yeah.
Back in my youth.
Got older and wiser and less cool. It happens to the best of us. It even got Xenox. It could happen to you, dear listener. TDT, though, big day to kick things off. I wonder if they can follow suit, though. That's going to be the big thing for TDT because, I think generally speaking, they've been a team that has been amongst it. They've been around it, but they haven't really done enough on a consistent basis to convince me necessarily. I've seen good stuff from them, but then I've also seen them go the next game and get absolutely nothing. And they can't really afford that in this situation if they want to hold on to top 4. It is a tenuous top 4 at the moment. So it's going to have to be a good across-the-board performance from them today. Same can be said for Team Flash. We need more of a day 1-esque performance from Team Flash as opposed to what we saw on day 2. Two very, very different sides of the coin as Keisama is... he's struggling to get into the garage. It's a bit like you the first time you got your new car as well, Xenox. I recall you had some trouble parking that one as well. It's a bit more difficult than the old sedan, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit bigger, isn't it?
Rear view cameras and whatnot.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right about TDT, but they're not the only ones now because, like, the gap between Sharper down to Flash is 7. So that encompasses Flash, TDT, Booram, Sharper. So none of them can really now actually afford to have, you know, poor games. Like, that's the beauty of having 5 teams now. If we had, like, a proverbial top 4 and, say, 4th to 5th, there was, like, a 25, 30-point gap, there's more freedom. There's more of that safety blanket that's there. But even just having that one extra team, and then especially when 2nd to 5th is so close, it could be any of them that then suddenly drops out. So in the blink of an eye, you know, coming into tonight, we might have felt like, oh, Sharper, Booram, while they're, you know, again, not locked in or anything, they look quite comfortable. They've been playing good PUBG. What a wonderful night 2 it was for those 2 teams in particular. And suddenly you don't pick up a lot of points game 1, and then suddenly your competition does. And so suddenly now you find yourself thinking, oh my god, it's match 14 and we're still not safe. Like it could still go horribly wrong. We could still not qualify. So that's always in that back of the mind now. The way that they're playing these games, there's that tiny little bit more tension that's just naturally going to be there, even if it's in the subconscious. Every move you make, every decision you make, all gamers are also not, you know, going to be prone of that. Like, they're 113 points, so that's 13 points to 5th. That's not a lot. Like, they could find themselves very quickly in the next 2 games in a very similar position to those teams. Keisama, you've got to get this
manage this? Like, buddy, you do not deserve a driver's license at all. What is going on here? He's like...
He's slowly getting there. It might take a couple more... Yeah. There we go.
That was about a 3,000 point turn.
I don't think he's getting his license. I think
he's gone again.
Wait, hang on. How have you managed that?
For whatever reason, he can't get it in the garage.
Yeah, it's the ramp. It seems like it's getting stuck on the ramp itself. Yeah. And he's that.
Oh, now he's lost his tires.
Now he's lost the.
Oh,
okay.
No, it's all gone
That
wrong.
is hilarious.
That
funny part was he got it out and then he fixed it and then he was like, I'll try the other ramp, and then the other ramp did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And then it gets stuck again, but by going to that ramp, he was then able to. Someone else was able to see that car and shoot at the tires. So that's just hilarious.
Just a bit of a mess, really. Yeah, fun times. Hopefully not an issue for Team Flash going forward. I mean, they're fairly central, so may not necessarily be needing those vehicles for the long term. Sharper Esports feeling pretty comfortable as well with their positioning. So down and around Los Leones. Again, we're probably not expecting this one to go into Los Leones, so that area of the map has largely been left unoccupied. Most of the teams banking on this, pushing out a little further to the west. There's a slightly larger portion of the zone out to the western side of Los Leones, so not a bad gamble. And at this stage of the game, just about 7 minutes in, nothing too untoward having occurred, as almost everyone's made their rotation in. Armory may be about to run into FCR though, and it seems that they know that Lambau is there now that grenade has gone off. I assume that was a grenade from Lambau to prevent a crash, but he's recognized that this is too dangerous of a situation to be in, so he's just going to get out of there. It's not a bad call at all. See if he can join back up with the rest of FCR. And yeah, another important game coming up here for FCR. If they ever wanted to be part of the top 4 discussion, they would need to get it done right here and now. They had I think a 0-point game to start the day. So this is pretty much their last chance.
Yeah, I mean, it goes for probably a couple of teams because we're essentially saying for a lot of those middle pack teams, you need 2 wins, right? And we've got 5 games to go. So if you don't get it here, then there's 4 games to go. And you might say, well, then, you know, you can still, get 2 wins, but you also going to probably then need 3 wins. So then you're going to need 3 wins from really the last 4. And the reason is because if you don't really get much from this, then the top 5 teams are going to get points. So, you know, it really does kind of feel like this is it. If you're a middle pack team here, you get the win, you extend your lifeline a little bit. You don't, you're probably going to be thinking, yeah, this one might be done. Not impossible, of course, to still then, you know, win out the remaining games that are there, but it just isn't likely to happen. And like in modern PUBG, you don't see teams go and win 3-4 games in a row. Like the unexpected teams at that, certainly the you know, the number 1 seeded team might have the capabilities, like a Gen G in the Korean qualifiers was, you know, not, you know, all that surprising. But for, say, an Armory Gaming or for Crazy, you know, Rabbits or, you know, Cerberus, for instance, you're probably not anticipating any of those teams to go suddenly and win 3 in a row. It'd be quite a surprise. Everyone's pretty well set here for phase 1.
Yep.
Not really a lot of movement remaining. ISG over towards Power Grid. AG's got U and Q still over here, separated from the team, so they kind of got a 3-1 split at the moment. Forest off the win in game 1. I've actually just kind of rotated in towards FW, who are kind of deciding if they want to let them pass on that main road, but the other 3 members of Forest have gone a bit south. It's only Scappy that's pulled up by himself here towards the southwest part of this phase 1 circle. 30 seconds till phase 2. No one wants to obviously hard commit at this point if you're on the edge to the center positions. You want to see where this circle's going to go for phase 2. Rightfully so. TDT will hold out towards the west side of Los Leones. Flasher around there, Roy's around there, Irina's around there, and Zanshin are in there. So those are the teams that are very much playing out of the main city.
All right, zone pop. Where's it going to go? Oh, actually has gone over Los Leones. So that gamble that most of the teams took out to the western side of Los Leones is going to prove incorrect in this instance. So we'll see maybe 1 or 2 teams end up actually inside of the major city here on Miramar. But Buriram once again getting a circle that looks on the surface of it to be reasonably favorable for them to get to an early solid position. That didn't end up turning out to be the case in the last game. They kind of had the pick of the litter, but and they ended up getting 2 or 3 points out of it. And that wasn't necessarily a huge concern given that they had a bit of a buffer zone, but they're going to want to make sure that they can at least convert something out of this game in the realms of 5 to 10 points. Otherwise, their position inside the top 4 is going to start to come under some scrutiny, particularly with a couple of reasonable pools.
I mean, you always got to shoot your shot if you're Ed King here. Always got to take your chance. I'd say out of like 18 games that you play, you might hit those once. But that once might happen then and there against a quality opponent that you want to try and catch up on. So yeah, those shots are fine. Very difficult to land. It's never expected to land. You're kind of just hoping and praying. Straight with the knock onto Egba. Roy's a team that's not going to be moving based on that phase 2 pop, so they can continue to just stand here and shoot. There's no urgency. ISG have called in an E pickup. Sharper on the south side of the circle, backfilling in behind the rotator Forest Natural Gaming. FW had pushed into Los Leones, so they've committed to the city. There's still enough room outside Los Leones. Like, you don't have to hard commit the main city in phase 2. But with the way the circle has kind of shaped up, yeah, back in, I don't know if it's as applicable now, but the cliffs north of Los Leones were old unplayables. I don't think that applies anymore. And then ISG are going to just drop straight into Los Leones, which fortunately for them is actually still not entirely occupied, although Fever does get eliminated, Runax as well, and Goni decided to land on the crane. He gets wiped out. That one stolen by Kens. TDT, though, they've got themselves, I think, the other 2, and Muck now the solo for ISG for what's been a rough tournament, unfortunately, in these APAC qualifiers.
Yeah. I didn't have super high expectations necessarily for ISG. But maybe would have liked to have seen a little bit more, just purely because they are the sole Japanese representative. I want to give each region a little bit of something to cheer for, you know? I always remember toward the latter days of when the ANZ teams kind of fell off in a sense of being able to compete in the Asia-Pacific wide tournaments. It was always a bit rough on the vibes. So I assume for Japan as a region, it's not so disappointing necessarily, but they'd like to be able to cheer for their team and have them be in a position where they might be able to do something. But that's just unfortunately not the case for ISG. Here comes the zone pool, straight over the top of Los Leones. So, okay. Oh, yeah. It's going to be another interesting one. We had that El Azhar finish a little bit earlier on. And that was, you know, it was I guess, like the taste test. It was kind of like the teaser, the entree to the Los Leones finish here that we're going to get to close out the Miramar games for this Asia-Pacific EWC qualifier.
Main course, the little city to the big city, and look, they can be fun. They really can be, but this just throws an absolute spanner in the works for those top teams. A lot of the PUBG fundamentals go out the window. Tede losing his life. Roy, a rough start here on Miramar, but again, you think of the two circles that we've had. Oh my God, not again.
It's the same problem.
You can't even see.
He's literally not even going to the garage. He's hitting the wall like that. I mean, that's even more egregious than the last one that we saw. Bro's just trying to drive into a wall. Kisama can't get in away.
Dead center.
What is going on today with the cars?
Samoy knocked down by Nirans and finished off as well by Nirans. I mean, this is just going to be a total calamity. It's Los Leones. It's good luck. It's so difficult to predict who's going to come out of this game now, because you essentially are going to be coming down to who's just better at raw gunfights, the way that they're playing around these buildings, very TDM, similar to kind of like your ranked experience when you hot drop, you know, something like a Pachinki, running around, trying to find angles, getting knocks, but you can't sometimes always finish them. What you want is as much information as you can possibly get and controlling as many buildings as you possibly can. Which is why, as we get the overview right now, TDT just trying to move around and see if they can find anything. Allgame is actually still outside. They're a long way away from getting anything remotely decent inside of Los Leones. It's been a shaky start tonight for them as well. TDT Esports have been, well, at least consistent enough to find 2 kills. That's a third. That's a fourth. So 4 kills now for TDT. I mean, in these kind of circles, Jordan, you probably don't need to expect a whole lot. If you can get 5-6 points from a game like this, you're pretty happy.
Yep, I'd agree. They've got 4. And they're liable to get more as well. This is the kind of game that's going to devolve. You'll probably be able to pick up a kill point here or there. People rotating in, someone gets knocked, you steal the kill. There's just a lot of bodies in Los Leones at the moment. So TDT shaping themselves up for a late resurgence here on day number 3. And again, waiting for that next zone pull. 5 seconds to go. It's just got to be somewhere in Los Leones at this point. There's no real opportunity otherwise, and it's going to go straight over the bulk of the forces. Now, here's where it gets interesting for someone like Sharper, who sitting in second place at the moment on the overall leaderboard, but are going to have a bit more of a difficult time of gaining points in this game. They're going to be a team that is coming in very late into the city. Most of the residences are occupied. So this could go very wrong for Sharper as they try to work their way in. If they choose the wrong building, or if they make a rotation past someone like Egba, for example, who's just sort of sitting on the ground floor here, they get sprayed out of the vehicle. That could be problems. Buriram suffering that same kind of fate, as they're a team that's now moving in from the north. It's Armory that's actually behind them that are sending most of the shots in their direction. Buriram may be able to get some revenge on Armory later on, when Armory do also inevitably have to move.
Well, there goes ISG. Hungvo Ditch collects an extra point for Flash. Now, Armory Gaming, I've only picked up the 1 kill from this outside position, as you said. Now it's sort of like, well, you got to push in. And that's not going to be an easy thing to do. Nice pickup point for Himas. All gamers have pushed in towards Cerberus on the south part as we get to view it here. They've gotten 2 kills now. I don't think that nade's going to reach the distance Lyric's thought about it. You've only got one. Egba stuck over in the cafe. Made his way out the back, and Lyric's wasn't quite ready. Thought maybe he'd peek the right side, but able to slip out the back door. 90 seconds till phase 5. And I think the phase 5 circle's going to change a whole lot. It's going to make life more difficult for Armory Gaming. It's probably not till phase 6 that it's going to really change the course of this game. Sololzi under fire, under siege. Blue Zone nade thrown in as well. Has to fall back to the stairs, drop a smoke, and immediately employ that first aid kit. Hawaii knocked down by Hungvo Ditch, and it's just total carnage. Trades everywhere, knocks everywhere. All game is starting to clear though, and this looks rather succinct. Sawed off shotgun, clear, push, clear out all these rooms one by one, but Himas, he goes down a little over aggressive. No one could follow because of the Molotovs on the stairwell. Destroy does get a knock onto Zest. Cerberus looking for the revive up on the top floor onto Sololzi. Surely they get this flush onto Himas, although it looks like he's maybe crawling his way back down the stairs.
Yeah, Tycon coming across to try and assist him, but he's bled out pretty quick. Must have been a second knock there. He was gone. And so all gamers and Cerberus have somewhat of an uneasy occupancy of the same building. One on the top floor, one on the second floor. I mean, it's going to be okay for the next 30, 40 seconds or so, you'd think, although they are going to just keep having a crack at one another. But once that zone pushes them away, when that forces their movement, then they're going to be in real trouble.
He actually got that in the window. That's an insane angle to get that Molotov in the window from the floor below. I mean, you got to think now here for all gamers, is this worth the clear? Because there's still 2 players up. If you lose another player, you're down to 2 yourself, which is pretty much what happened in the last game. I wonder if Hisaki's thinking about a jump out Panzer. Then hits the window, but it just drops too quickly. Can't really turn that Panzer around. Maybe he's looking for the reposition. Tell you what, this is not bad critical thinking right now from all gamers, but you can see the way Hisaki's kind of looking into the city. It's like, is anyone watching this?
Yeah.
Everyone's more over towards the main part of Los Leones.
So. Oh, he's got him.
There it is. Yeah. He's got him. Panther through the window. Simon maybe expecting... Well, and they all ran out, though. No one was actually backing in Hisaki to get that Panzer to land. Molotov as well. Good nade. Sololzi's dead, so only Simon left. And there's a driving on by Sharper Esports. Simon does get a knock on to Tycon. 4 kills, though, for all gamers. And they've actually, by and large, done a decent job in this fight. More Molotovs on the stairs. It's been a fascinating one to watch. And ISL finished off by Jacob. Iarino have picked up some early points this match.
Hey, all gamers have had enough. They're just going to send it, working their way up the stairs. Destroy, ducking away from the flashes. Simon T is out the window. Oh, and he's being very stealthy. He's going to try and do something cheeky. I don't think Tycon would have spotted him falling out that window from down there.
He's got no info, though. He's got no idea where they could be coming from. Might have just heard the drops.
Yeah. It's definitely heard him.
At this point, I don't know if it's worth going back in. I think you try and go for the res onto Tycon. You want the numbers up if you're all gamers. We pan away from that one at the moment to see how Buriram are doing on the east side of the circle, close by to Team Flash. Oh, and back we go again. Good trigger discipline. That is amazing trigger discipline. Simon T wipes out all gamers global. They walk away with 4 kill points. It's not a bad effort in a, Los Leones finish such as this, Jordan, but the fact is they couldn't clear out Simon T. Huge for Cerberus.
Yeah, big one. Get those extra points on the board. Very much required.
And he's dead.
He is dead, yeah. And so, those extra points maybe not ending up being notable enough to really say that Cerberus have got themselves in any kind of feasible position, just given how far down the standings they were. But it was a nice individual moment. And if you could have done it with another 2 or 3 players alive, it might have resulted in something. But in the end, another one for Sharper. And potentially another one here for Team Flash. Again, the teams towards the top end of the standings seem to have locked in for the most part today. Exception potentially being all gamers. What a shock it would be if all gamers did not make it. Still quite a ways to go for that one. But Forest Natural putting in a positive name for themselves once again here in the second game of the day. That kill point stolen away. Oh, never mind. It was actually E that killed himself. So that point should still go over to Forest Natural. So it was a knock from them. But they've got to move. Zone has pulled north inside of Los Leones, so teams like Sharper, Forest Natural have to try to scurry across to an open building, if there is one that they can find.
Ray is knocked. Akbar unable to get the flush and loses his life all to Ego. What a great day yesterday, Jordan. I certainly feel for them here on night 3 that they haven't been able to kind of follow on from that success yesterday. First 2 games, just not picking up the points that they really needed to kind of keep up that pace with the top 4 or 5 teams. And ultimately now with 4 games to go, you think unless it takes a Herculean effort, that might be their time done at this tournament. Big knock from Jacob. Feels like E-Arena, this might be their last-ditch game. They've been in that kill feed quite prevalent enough throughout this match that it's to suggest they're having a decent game. They're on the south side of this circle now for phase 6. But clearly, if they're winning their fights, that's honestly a bonus for them and need all the points that they can muster up. Forest Natural Gaming lose 2 quickly. Edie, Rez, and Can. The last 3 up for Buram. No kill points. Gotta remember, it's not a super safe top 4 for them right now, no matter how good they played throughout day 1, day 2. If they can't bring that same performance day 3, they're under threat. They're under siege. Appraisal, knocked, finished. There's another E-Arena. We haven't really seen their POV. I'm curious to see how many kills they've actually got, because it feels like they've had a decent amount, Jordan.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the follow-up game that Forest Natural was going to require to keep us interested in their little run in toward the top 4. Zanshin going to get eliminated into 11th place for this game.
These are the games Buram don't want. They're so good in the more natural PUBG environment. I think that these kind of city finishes are not their strength.
Chaotic, right? Like, I don't think any team really wants a city finish like this one. Maybe some of the teams towards the bottom end that don't quite have the same fundamentals of the top teams. Zizzy needs to be very careful up there. He's just going to go prone. That'll be safe enough. FW Esports eliminated at the hands of Sharper, who once again are displaying some degree of form. Did pretty well to get some points in game 1. They're doing the same thing here in game 2. These have not been favorable games or easy games for Sharper, and yet still we're seeing them now potentially getting even into the top 8, but also just 3 or 4 kill points on offer here and there. And that will be enough for Sharper today. So I'm feeling pretty good about Sharper's chances at the moment, more so even than Buriram. I feel like Sharper has been involved a lot more than Buriram so far.
Again, it's the circles, though. I think we'll have to see Taego and Rondo to come. I think you'll see more from Buram on those maps. So I'm not too worried for Buram just yet. There's enough body of work. They've got enough in the chest to say, yeah, okay, well, these city finishes probably not our forte, but get us in those open fields. Get us where, our positioning strength is going to matter a lot more, and that's where they can do their work. Roy Esports, that's a team I'm certainly starting to think has just fallen away from the conversation as they get eliminated in 9th. No placement points for them. So a bit of a disappointing start to night 3 for Roy. As well, there's that Panzerfaust. They're not out of it yet. He is low. They've got 1 kill, and they're into the top 8. So they're just, scrounging some points in a city finish. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what all of these teams are trying to do. No one's really ever going to be super dominant in a Los Leones finish unless you got super high ground, which I think E-Arena kind of do on that south side. Exquisite Thunder's double knockdown. Lambao has been incredible over the last couple of minutes. Zizzy trying to steal, and I think he may, and indeed he will. And this high ground advantage positioning for E-Arena has been super beneficial. Will they spot the other down player? These are some handy points for E-Arena.
Zizzy loving it. He's gotten up onto the high ground. Might not have to get down from here too soon either. It's into the phase 7 zone. This is maybe where it comes to an end for Sharper, but a top 8, 5 kills. They get 6 points out of it. You're going to take it. You're going to be happy enough. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Earth just probably going to be going down to the blue here, making sure that he doesn't give up any more points to anyone that might be trying to contest him. Although it would have been likely a point over to FCR, so probably a moot point regardless. It's a nice headshot in from
again.
Wayne.
4 players up, 4 kills, play some points. I mean, they're having a great final day.
Well, let's just see what happens here for E-Arena, because again, they were one of those teams that was kind of close to being on the cutoff, but if they could put together a big game here, particularly if they can pick up a few more kills in the back end of this one, then maybe there is a storyline that will start to develop for them as well. Zone has pulled away from E-Arena though, so job's going to get a little difficult. Team Flash suffering at the hands of Savage Men. So that'll, again, be a bit of a sigh of relief for teams like TDT, who are directly jostling with Team Flash for positioning inside of the top 4. Long X trying to hold on for the moment. Dumping his util, dropping some smokes to make it a bit more difficult for Savage Men to clear him out.
Yeah, and don't forget for E-Arena, as great as this game has been, they're in that 2-win kind of category. Not necessarily win, but you know what I mean in terms of 2 massive games. So they're going to have to do this again to then really catch up going into the final 3 maps.
Bidneck finished off. And Lunlun definitely keen to try and find this last player from Team Flash, but Long X is not making it easy for them. They're just tossing grenades back and forth.
The little ring around the rosy. Who wants to commit first? Long X or Lunlun? Lunlun doesn't need to commit though. It's probably Long X that needs to be the one to finalize the decision. Well, they both just had their backs turned to the window temporarily. Lovely little shot here with the S12K. It does get the knock and flush. Nothing that Upchin can do. The door was closed. Long X goes down to the blue anyway. That's top 6 for Savage Men Esports. They'll get another point. They've been much better tonight. Certainly far more involved. And certainly to the level I expected them to bring to this lobby over nights 1 and 2, but it just wasn't quite there. Leo, though, now just the solo. Armory Gaming, 2 kills, soon to be potentially 3 if they can convert Upchen. And despite Buriram's slow start to this game, their positioning is their strength. They've been able to get themselves to the late game. 3 still up. E-Arena will no longer get to play this high ground for much longer. That blue will start moving rather quickly, so you got to start getting the smokes out, parachute down. 1 more player spotted, maybe 1 more good measure here from Zizzy. They've done a decent job to collect 7 kills, but as they drop down, they're going to have to join the fray. They're going to have to get their hands dirty at the end of this one, where it's going to be a smoke-filled finish towards the streets of Los Leones. Zayu with the knockdown for TDT. Here comes the parachute. Zizzy's just going to die immediately. Knocked and falls to the ground. Dead. Riz will collect that kill for Buriram. Another one for Riz as well, on to Nurans. EA, of course, were able to benefit from that high ground, but as soon as they've had to come down, they've come down so late, everyone's well positioned to watch for their fall down. 2 up, nade for Can, only the 1. Goes to the underarm, that might fall short. Riz gets knocked down, AG lose a couple, and suddenly this gets very messy.
It is indeed. TDT definitely in and amongst it as well. They've gone and gotten rid of Armory Gaming, who go out in 5th. So we'll be into the top 4 here. Can has got a Panzerfaust of all things, and he's just going to try and fang that over in the direction of E-Arena, you'd have to imagine.
They might be first after this game, TDT. I legitimately think they'll be first, in first place.
Oh, what a turn of events that would be.
Obviously, if they go on and win it, which with 4 players up against a 1 and a 2, Hawaiian with the nade, and they can clean up the majority of these wounded teams as well. Even more points on offer. This could be a solid 25-point game, which would put them to around 127 points. That's above our benchmark, Jordan. That sets them up beautifully with 4 games to go. What a start to this night for TDT as they start to fill up that road with all of the smokes. Jacob knocked down, Lyric's down, a solo. It's really just down to who's going to get second. It will be Buriram after all said and done. At one point, it was a single kill. It wasn't looking like going to be a big game. They'll take second. That's huge for those 2 teams in the top 4, for Buriram and, of course, for TDT. A 13-kill win, 23-point performance sees them go to 125 points and top spot.
Yeah, that'll definitely be above all gamers who have had a bit of a quieter day. So it's getting a little bit shambolic here on the final day of the Asia Pacific qualifier. Anything that we expected to happen maybe hasn't necessarily happened, but all those times we've gone, well, if they did this, if they could get themselves 2 good games in a row, they'd still be there. Well, they have. TDT have done exactly that. 2 good games in a row, straight up into first place, and now all of a sudden becoming the favorites to top this lobby.
They're the hottest team.
4 games to go, though, so doesn't necessarily mean that that's a guarantee, but this is going to be a way more interesting finish than what we had in Korea, where we already knew which 2 teams were going to go through, and we were just talking about a third. This is like almost anyone in that top 4 could still be under threat.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, TDT have been able to turn things around dramatically over what's been now a pretty decent span. You know, you look at the way they closed out yesterday, a third 5 kills, a third 3 kills, a second 6 kills, a sixth 4th kills, then to come out tonight with the first 2 games as well. Like that, like after 8 games, I mean, I don't have it up. I would have loved to have seen where they were at after 8 games to then where they're at now. It might be the best run throughout the tournament outside of the fact that during that Sharper did get 2 wins. Short break, Taego then to come, and it's really getting quite spicy in terms of who's going to make top 4. Let's be honest now, for TDT, that's kind of 1 foot in the door. They've got 4 games to go, Jordan, to kind of close this out. We'll see if they can do it. After the break, we head to Taego.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
With that chicken dinner, the Daredevils now are the best placement point team, Jordan, throughout these qualifiers and have got themselves up into first place, 125 points, and they have got a healthy buffer to those outside the top four. 22 points is the gap to Team Flash, but then when you have to think about for TDT to miss out top four, that's 4 teams that now need to go above their current point total with 4 games to go. You can never lock them in at this point with still 4 matches, but I'd soft lock them now. I think they're the only team I would soft lock, and also the way they've been playing. I mentioned before the break, a great run at the end of last night, then bringing that to the start of tonight. E-Arena, a good game, but you can still evidently see 33 points off the top 4. They essentially need to kind of do a sharper esports from yesterday even still after that decent performance if they're going to have any opportunity. That goes for Roy, Forest, and at this point now for Alter Ego, Armory, and 4 Crazy Rabbits. They're the last 3 hopefuls. I'm cutting FW out. That's my marker coming out now. FW and down, all completely marked out. 4 Crazy Rabbits would need like 3 massive games out of nowhere, essentially, if they're going to have any chance. Goes for those teams around them. So we're kind of getting to a point now where that top 4's looking rather settled with 4 games to go. Obviously, Team Flash is there, Jordan, but we hold our concern on their ability to break back into the top 4.
Yeah, I just don't think Team Flash have been consistent enough in the games that have been difficult for them. Do you know what I mean? Like when they've got games that are working in their favor, when the zones are pulling in their direction, they are definitely good enough to convert on those games. There's no question about that. But when they're put up the creek without a paddle, I don't know that they're not necessarily that team that tends to find their way out in the same way we've seen an All Gamers duo or a Sharper do, where, you know, like All Gamers as a duo can make it like to a top 4 and get like 5 kills along the way, something like that. I don't really get that sense from a Team Flash, and that's kind of what we're going to need from them here, because they can't afford another bad game. They can't afford another 0-point game. They're at 103. Yeah, they're only sort of 10 points away from Sharper and Buriram, but look, Sharper certainly looking okay at the moment. Buriram, we've yet to see really pop off today, but with that points buffer, you still kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. So for me, if I'm looking at that scoreboard, and I know you want to maybe have a little bit of hope, you want to have a bit of a dream for 4 Crazy Rabbits and up, but I really think that if you're even Alter Ego and Armory at 70 points or 4 Crazy Rabbits at 67, that just seems like too tall a task, because essentially what you're asking for them is you more or less have to get to like 120, 130 points here. So you would almost have to double your points in the last 4 games of today, and it's taken you we've had 14 games now. It's taken you 14 games to get here, so you'd have to get the same amount of points or just slightly less than that in 4 games as to what you had in the first 14. Like, that just seems like an impossible task. It's not obviously mathematically, but just if we're talking about the reality of it, that, I mean, it's just very, very unlikely to happen. So
yeah, I mean, like, I think that it's just kind of going off of what's still possible for some of those teams. Like the market, when I say I'm marking team out, I want to be pretty confident, and we got a pretty decent history with teams that we cross out that there's just pretty much no chance that they're going to be able to do it. And I think, again, even agreeing with you, I think Alter Ego, Armory, 4 Crazy Rabbits, that's the stretch. Like, it's an absolute stretch. What those teams need to do is kind of what 4 Crazy Rabbits are doing right now. Go and just get a 15 kill win. There's 25 points. Guess what? You then need to do it again on Rondo. And then guess what? Erangel, those 2 games, you're still going to need to play quite well. Maybe not 25 kill win territory, but still quite well. Doing a decent job here at Terminal to deal with X-Men really, really comfortably. There's only 1 player left up now for them, looking to find this 4th kill. And obviously at this point, 4 Crazy Rabbits would be aware they need huge games. So this is why I don't want to cross them out, because what happens if they go and get back-to-back wins similar to Sharper? Then you look a little bit silly. Can they do it? Certainly. Any of these teams can. But is it likely? No. Like, if I had to be honest and say, well, no, I don't think it's likely that Alter Ego, Armory, and 4 Crazy Rabbits are going to make top 4 from here, I wouldn't bet on it. But mathematically it can happen, and we've seen some crazy things happen. So I don't want to cross them out just yet. E-Arena, Roy, Forest, all around that kind of 80-point mark, all around 30 points behind with 4 games to go. I mean, we've seen gaps like that get managed. It is a possibility. You need a really big game, and then you need 3 games that you're doing quite well. There's no more room for error at this point with 4 matches remaining. And if that 30-point gap becomes a 40-point gap with then 3 games to go, then I've got no hope at that point. So this becomes an incredibly crucial map coming into Taego for those teams in particular. Team Flash, a whole different story. They don't need to worry about getting, a huge win. They're still only 10 points behind both Sharper and Biruram for that matter. So it actually kind of gives them a double chance, if you will. Like if one of those two actually does well, but the other one doesn't, you still have a way into that top 4.
Well, let's wait and see. Still got the 4 games to go, including this one. So it's not a lock just yet. We're all keen to get stuck into those probabilities and whatnot, but at the end of the day, anything can happen. This is PUBG, and we've seen some pretty wild finishes at the back end of some PUBG tournaments. So hopefully that'll be the case again today, and we don't get one that sort of just peters out. Although it is kind of heading in that direction. I came into today feeling, okay, we're going to have a really good race. We're going to have maybe like 8 teams in the conversation. And now it's kind of like, maybe we're just down to 5 unless. But like when you start adding all these unlesses, it's, you're kind of grasping at straws at that point. So let's just wait and see. Final couple of games, I think we're going to have a better read on it. We'll be able to call it. But early days here on Taego, as we are still seeing a lot of the teams start to make their way in for phase 1. Lun Lun is going to get Minvo. So there's that unfortunate situation for FCR where they're obviously trying to hunt for some points. They were chasing Lun Lun down. I don't know if they were still or if they were just looting in there, but they were at one point trying to chase him down. But he does get away with a kill point. Looks like he's going to be out scot-free in a sense. His car's definitely worse for wear, but he's still alive. And 4 Crazy Rabbits are not happy with that. They know, as you said, that the big games are going to be what's required, and they needed probably 4 there. They needed to get the 4 points against Savagemen, and they needed to keep the 4 players alive so that they could have a strong finish in this game. But that is going to hurt them, definitely.
Yeah, I was just looking at the leaderboard when we started tonight. TDT were on 86 points, so they effectively picked up 39 points in 2 games, Jordan. It is oh, not again.
Okay, well, this one's not so bad.
Anyway, as I was saying, 39 points in 2 games is, what TDT were just able to do on Miramar. And funnily enough, on, an Al has a half finish and a Los Leones finish to boot. I mean, like that's actually quite incredible when you think about it. So that's basically what kind of Sharper did yesterday. I think they got 45 in that 2-game span. So 45, 39, like it's doable. That's basically what is required now for an E-Arena, for, an Alter Ego, for Forest Natural Gaming, for 4 Crazy Rabbits, and Roy Esports. That's what those teams need to do. You got 4 games to essentially have 2 massive games, then on top of that 2 decent games. You don't have room anymore to get 0 points, because then you go from a 30-point gap to probably a 40-point gap, and at that point you then only got 3 games to essentially win 3 games, and that's just not going to happen. And it puts so much emphasis now on Taego. By the end of this map, like, if I was lenient on like a 4 Crazy Rabbits and they only pick up 3 points, they're crossed off. They're out. So that's how close we're getting here. It's match 15. You're running out of time, running out of chances, and you've already kind of let that gap really bellow out. And that's probably why we're seeing all the teams we've seen so far, Jordan, are those teams. Forest, you're seeing E-Arena, you're seeing 4 Crazy Rabbits. They all know they need to be a bit more aggressive. Even here, the save for Jacob, like, this is so pivotal. If this was match 1, maybe you don't quite go for that out in the field and being at risk of losing even more players. But E-Arena are fully aware they need Jacob back up. You send it. Smoke immediately goes out. The car comes for cover. They get him back up. Like, that's a crazy good play there for E-Arena. That was sharp, quick thinking, and knew full well that if we need these big games, we need 4 players up, and if he dies, we may as well all die.
It may not bail them out of hot water, though. You can still see Forest Natural are kind of interested in this one. Armory are having a bit of a look over as well. They're hearing those shots, and so it is a tough spot for E-Arena. Here comes a bridge camp. ISG once again on the receiving end. This is so rough. How many times on Taego have they been bridge camped? This is at least the 2nd, and it's only the 3rd game, so Unfortunate that ISG just don't seem to get to play this map as a full core, but Buriram actually allowing 3 players through there. Probably a little bit disappointed with their bridge camp, all things considered, because normally you'd be hoping for more knocks than that one. In the end, though, just the 1 kill, but look, still a point on the board for Buriram, who continue to require these little chip points, and so it is something, they'll take it, and they can now move their way forward and focus on this game proper.
Yeah, circle towards the eastern side. Pretty good, I think, circle for Taego. Alter Ego, as we kind of view them, are dead center. So could this be their game? Could this be their moment? And it's going to come down to crucial moments in these, next 2 matches for these teams that are still, hoping and praying that their luck can turn, that they could have a big game where things fall into place. They get some circle shifts. Teams crash send it in a horrifically chaotic way that you can kind of wipe them out really easy, get given 4 points essentially for free. All these little things that can give you maybe a big game. Banana 1 on the scout for FW. They're far too, they're done. Yeah, they have to double their points from 15 matches into 3-4 matches. It's not happening, which is really disappointing, because I think on paper FW Esports, when we kind of looked at the teams at the very beginning of these APAC qualifiers, they were certainly a team that I had my eye on as being a team that could contend for top 4, and they've never really been in that contention. They haven't really been that close to being a team where you kind of think, yeah, they could do it. By the way, now as well, as we've gotten to match 15, Jordan, we've had 10 different winners, 10 different chicken dinner winners, 10 in the top 11. There's one that, of course, hasn't won a game that's in the top 11. They're in 3rd. It's Buriram, so they still haven't found that win. It will be intriguing to think over this game and the next 3 to follow. Could Buriram eventually find that win? A lot of the times in these qualification kind of tournaments, if you don't win a game, usually you don't qualify. So Buriram's going to have to buck that trend. They're right on that precipice, tied for 4th. So yeah, it's going to be one to watch.
I mean, I think to an extent it is partly what is making me a little bit almost more confident that they're going to be able to do this, because they're still in the conversation without having had like one of those massive games that the other teams have got. You infer from that they've been a little bit more consistent across the board than the rest. So in a way that's almost like a positive thing. It's not great, obviously, that they haven't been able to convert any games. That's less than ideal. You're leaving some points on the table, but just to even be part of that conversation still, it does mean that they're doing some pretty good work elsewhere. This game is going to be a tough one again for Buriram, for example, to convert, because they are one of the last teams to work their way in. So I don't know that we're going to be seeing them pull off a win here either. Baron from...
I mean, they're a good field play team. They can play the edge, they can come in late. I'm not too worried for them. If it was another team, yes. And all gamers, of course, they've given up that top spot, and they definitely cannot afford to be losing a fight at this point. Zayu was sitting in the corner, and the vaulting was not successful for him, and Tycon then loses his life as well. Are we seeing a little bit of a crumble here on the final day for All Gamers Global? There goes 2 players. There goes any chance of really having a big game here on Taego. Now down to just 2 players remaining in Destroy and Haisaki, and nothing Destroy can do there. But watch that nade obliterate him. And only so far a single kill point, and Haisaki sees another nade come in, and on 8 HP, 1 more nade gets thrown in, you're dead. There's nothing you can do about it. Goes for the first aid kit before the revive, and there is that nade, and indeed nothing he could do. 1 single point for All Gamers Global puts them on 118, 5 above Buriram and Sharper, and only 15 above Team Flash. For the team that looked pretty decent coming into the final day, it's been a bit of a horror show in the opening 3 matches.
Yeah, rubbing my hands together at the possibility of something a little more interesting popping up than what we expected. FW Esports here, 5 kills on the board. Sixax is going to die. That was at the hands of TDT, who again continue their dream run for today. I don't know that FW are really in there at the moment, but they are certainly making a name for themselves in this particular game at least. And Raze needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
Still got that.
Well,
last
he knows
TDT
there's one around here.
Yeah, well, does he? Like, I mean, I guess he knows there's somewhere, but does he know that he's literally standing right next to him? Well, you'd think so. What a flash, by the way. He's not seeing for the next couple of years, this bloke.
Yeah, that's some good observing right there, by the way. I mean, to kind of spot that bouncing off the wall. It just spots him on the right corner. Reyes couldn't hit the second shot. Had he done so, I think he would have got that knock. He vaults back in, so aggressive, and in the end, there is that elimination onto TDT. Now, I'm pretty certain they had a couple of kills to go with this.
They got at least one.
It wasn't...
Onto
yeah, I think they had a couple. So, but they also have a pretty decent lead to everyone else. So it's not quite as a calamity as, say, all gamers, but fascinating that 1 and 2 on the leaderboard are out first here on Taego. That keeps things spicy, Jordan.
It's a consideration for sure. But we'll need to see one of these lower teams kind of pick the pace up in addition to that to make it really interesting. Could it be E-Arena? I know I've kept talking about E-Arena, probably more than has been warranted given their performance in this qualifier, but just remember watching them last year in those PGS events and thinking, you know what, these guys are the real deal. And unfortunately, it hasn't been quite as solid from them in 2025 as what it was in at least the first half of 2024. I think they did sort of start to slow down a little bit in 2024 as well. So maybe it was more of an overperformance than anything else in that PGS era, but hopefully E-Arena can get something together. Hopefully Forest Natural can as well, though they're down to at least a duo. Or trio, I should say. Yeah, they're down to a trio. As I take a quick look at the map.
Oh, here we go. Buriram versus Zanshin. Well, the top teams are dropping like flies at the moment. Buriram, you're not safe. If 1 and 2 can go out, certainly third can as well. Dynasty knocked. Edie's going to be finished off. That one stolen by Faven. Buriram are on the verge of also being eliminated, which would mean all of the top 3. But Riz with a double onto Nicel and Prazel. I'm not too sure why we flicked away from that fight. We do miss that double kill. Ken gets the flush onto Nicel. So Zanshin are down to just Ken's, and he's not there. He's not close by to that Buriram fight. They did lose one, but they picked up a couple of kills. They also gain the position. Dynasty will get revived. There's no pressure. E-Arena are somewhat in the vicinity. You can see on the bottom right hand of that minimap, but I don't know if they're like overly pushing this. So Dynasty should get brought back up. They'll get the reprieve. They'll get time to heal. And it'll be 4 kills, 3 players up, and a decent spot in the zone. Again, showing the strength of this Buriram roster. Not going down easy. And especially with now 1 and 2 out of this game, this then gives them a chance to potentially get themselves into that top spot going into the last 3 matches.
Get that res. Get those heals. I don't know, man. We see Buriram in these kinds of situations all the time, though, don't we? Where they just find themselves like in the center of a field, in the center of a zone. And you look at that on the map stream and you think, oh, that's great. They're in the middle of the zone. And then the zone pulls in and then there's like 3 or 4 teams around them and they're kind of cooked. So I suspect that's probably what's going to happen here again for Buriram. They might be safe for the next 5 minutes or so. But once the zone starts to encroach, if particularly it encroaches in on them, there is going to be angles that are going to open up, and I think that'll be problematic for them. So I don't see them making a big run in, but as long as they can keep those points ticking over, they will be okay. ISG and Cerberus seem to be the 2 teams that are controlling Gangneung. Nothing really doing in there at the moment. May end up being a hot spot if teams end up having to push in there with this next zone pull. Let's see where it goes. Well, it is still in, but this is where I'm going to start to get worried about like a team like Buriram, for example, because it is going to be E-Arena that's now going to have to push their way in from the south, and they're going to have to start looking in the direction of Buriram. So I think it could end up getting a little bit sticky for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a 3-man Buriram and the way they've been playing this tournament, with the position they've got, I don't think it's completely awful. Obviously, if E-Arena can outnumber them, get an initial knock, that's going to, really help them on their push. It also depends if they kind of go for the direct push onto Buriram, as Ken's with his last stand here for Zanshin. And eventually doesn't stand any longer. Today with a knock onto Ascalusia. So Forrest are actually going to be very careful that Kiss doesn't go down. He might be the only one up. Was getting shot at. Now needs to get himself into that building. Go for the double revive. Sharper, no kills yet. Just kind of playing the edge of this circle. E-Arena have not pushed into Buriram. They're very much just kind of creeping their way up on that eastern side. So away from Buriram. Neither has 4 Crazy Rabbits, for that matter, pushed into Buriram as well. So it seems like that position is going to be rather safe for them, at least here for phase 4. Well, Team Flash need points. They need big games. Not big games, but they need good games. Especially with 1 and 2 out, but 3 and 4 are still in. No kills, 4 players up, coming in late. I tell you what, this would be a huge win against Sharper, Jordan. This, like, either way, big for Sharper or big for Team Flash. This is actually massive. But these two teams that are 4th and 5th, that 5th team needs to be taking out the 4th team to catch up to them. What better way than to get the 4 kill points yourself and stop them from getting anything else this game? Shanks with a knockdown onto Samoy. The time starting to really run out for Alter Ego. Binek, oh, this is crazy stuff. Goes for the swap. Long Axe and Binek both knocked down. In fact, just completely obliterated. Not just in this match, but maybe even the tournament as a whole. That's going to separate 4th and 5th even more dramatically. That is not what Team Flash needed. Super aggressive play that does not pay off. There were many different ways they could have played that. I think they wanted to try and rotate past instead of taking the fight, thinking this is a position that's on the edge. We don't want to fight this. But then if you don't want to fight this, why are you trying to fight out of the vehicle?
Yeah, that was the worst way that possibly could have gone down for Team Flash. Every single kill went over to Sharper. They didn't even get a single knock. It's the perfect transition for Sharper going into this mid game. And they clear out their side of the zone pretty nicely, although they are now starting to push out onto Alter Ego, which may end up being something that could cost them, and they have been made aware of FCR's position up on that hill, which will make it a less viable option. And so they're just going to back off instead. Exquisite on his way through. He's just going to leave Thunders behind that rock. It does seem to be a pretty safe position for the moment. So this is not a bad move for Sharper, and they've got to start to think as well about what are we doing in the next 40 seconds or so, because once this zone starts to move, they too are also going to have to move, and that may mean their days are going to be numbered for this game in particular. There's not a whole lot of room left.
Biram is sitting pretty with this circle on the south side. All these teams that are, wrapping out on the edge are going to basically fight each other. Alter Ego and Sharper right now. Oh, exquisite. Good knockdown onto Egba. While this will not solidify top 4 for Sharper, it just continues to put them one step closer to the Esports World Cup. 5 kills now. Gotta remember, 1 and 2 are out this game early, TDT and all gamers. So for Sharper, for Biram, you're catching up to those top 2 teams. Not only that, but you're now putting a gap on Team Flash. Jaxi knocked down onto Neurons. The arena cannot afford to be losing players here, but they're not getting any res. Zizzy and Jacob will play as a duo from this point onwards. That's pretty good for Biram because it limits the potential of any kind of pinch. If eventually a winner comes out on the west or the east, either way, they're going to be wounded. I still love this spot for Biram, even as a trio. They're set up really nicely here on match 15.
Esquiluzia with that knock onto Duckmite. Forest Natural are going to look to try to put together another good game today. It hasn't been the perfect day from them, but it's been decent enough so far. And if they could win this fight, if they could go deep here on Taego, then things might start to get a little bit more interesting for them. It's a 1-for-1 so far as Zest is going to go to the floor. He'll actually be finished off. Scapping feels like the X factor. He's on the outskirts here. Around the fence will lose the duel against Simon T. And that might just be that for Forest Natural Gaming, unfortunately. Not only for this game, but also for their chances of making a run deeper on in. One team, though, that we do still need to keep an eye on is E-Arena. They just picked up that final knock onto Roy, who've now been eliminated. Forest Natural in 9. And into the top 8, but E-Arena, I wonder if there's anything else to be said for them here. As again, with a big game, with a decent game here, or a big game in the next couple, maybe still something. But it is starting to feel like the chances are getting limited for those teams that are in the middle of the pack, as we do see for the most part the top teams are banking those checks. The only team that's really missed out so far from that top 4 pack has been All Gamers. I mean, Buram are in here still alive. They're doing okay. Sharper's been doing okay. TDT definitely doubling down. Obviously, Team Flash have sort of fallen off the pace a little bit, but you've still got a strong cohort at the top. And Buram maintain a solid position here if they can continue to gatekeep Sharper and E-Arena out of this spot.
Yeah, and that's tournament done for 4 Crazy Rabbits. Right now, sitting on 71 points, 3 games to go. You're going to be looking at a 50-point gap. And honestly, with the way this game has shaped out, I know that obviously all gamers in TDT went out early, Jordan, but with Biram and Sharper having the games that they've had, yeah, those are still 2 teams in the top 4. That extends that gap. You go from a 30-40 point gap to probably now a 40-50 point gap. 3 then games are all that's left. And Team Flash had that opportunity to kind of keep things open a little bit and squandered it. Got absolutely decimated. It's very much just sort of a slowdown now. Zebra still with 2 players, ISG 2 players, Armory with 3, Sharper all 4 up. Buram have not moved for probably the better half of 6-7 minutes. Neb is actually slowly pushing his way closer to Sharper.
Ooh, not anymore.
Collect the knock and the kill. They are absolutely farming.
Yeah.
By the way, because all gamers went out early, so there's a very real possibility. In fact, it's at this point very likely all gamers will drop to 4th on 118 points. That's the slight reprieve for a team like, say, Team Flash. With 3 games to go, it's still only going to be a 15-point gap, 3 games. So that's still doable. You're no longer really going to be chasing necessarily Biram and Sharper, but it's kind of crazy. The team that was in first tonight now will be the one on the edge.
Yeah, that's wild. Did not expect that at all either, by the way, considering how well all gamers had looked over the last couple of days. Even when things hadn't been going well for them, they'd been getting some good points on the board. Looks like Sharper just going to be suffering a little bit now that teams have started to look in their direction. It hasn't been a particularly solid position hard cover wise up on this hill, so a lot of it was soft cover. People couldn't see them through the trees, stuff like that. Now though, definitely losing some numbers as ISG are doing the same thing over to Cerberus. And what's left of ISG, I should say, it's really just Feven. He'll be picked up by Lunlun of Savage Men, so it's a little bit awkward coming out of Kangnun for those teams, but realistically not a huge factor either. X-Men or Cerberus as a solo who gets out kind of doesn't make much of a difference long term. Exquisite is looking really sharp. No wonder he's in this roster called Sharp Esports. Cerberus do get eliminated in the backfield there. Interested to see what happens here for Sharp. I think they should probably be going down here. They're getting pushed by multiple teams. Buram's looking in their direction. Armory Gaming as well are hearing this, and they're going to come up the hill to try to put some more pressure on, and that will be Sharper out in 5th, but still another really, really good game out from them. Top 5 placing, 7 or 8 kills. Happy with that. Who wins this game, though, is going to be the big question mark. Buram going down now at the hands of E-Arena. These are some crucial points that E-Arena are being able to find.
What a jolt from Jacob and Zizzy as a duo in the very late stages of this game. Every chance they could still win this, which would be massive. Buram 8 kills, top 4. I mean, job done anyway. I mean, that send to get to this position was very, very instrumental to the success of this game when they pushed into Zanshin. Remember, they lost Edie straight away, and then there was another knock, and there was a kind of brief moment where you thought, could they join the top 2 in being eliminated at the very early portion of this game, and they've turned it again into another good game. And I think that's the, again, strength of Buram. They've got a lot of strengths. That's certainly one of them. The ability to just kind of gain points from these mishappened positions. Yeah, they can rotate really well, great fundamentals. And then even as a duo or trio, they're able to just scrap out, collect points, get to the late game. And that's why, like, you never really have seen, they haven't won a game, but their placement points are up there. I think there's only one team that's got more placement points than them, and that's TDT, who's picked up 2 wins. They've got more placement points than teams that have picked up 2 wins. Like, that's insane to think about for a team that hasn't actually won yet.
Oh, I don't think they're going to be winning. Armory may be in a pretty good spot to try to close this one out. And I don't know if they're going to do it in such a big enough fashion to get us too excited, but it will be at least nice to start ticking things over. London for Savage Man has been doing a pretty decent job, and yeah, you're right. Korkon going down to the grenade. Maybe E-Arena still has something to say about this one. Is that going to be a Reservoir knock? It doesn't look like it. Korkon is so far advanced. That's such a crucial knock for E-Arena to get. It is going to mean that they're going to have superior zone positioning as London does actually end up going down to the blue.
Hey, what happened to you and Q?
Are they giving it up? Surely not. No, I think he's
No,
just...
they're not.
Has he just been tagged and then maybe gotten finished off by the zone? Surely. I think he must have got headshot.
Crazy.
He must have got headshot and fell into the zone.
The last 3 deaths, the Arena were not able to get any of those kills despite shooting at those players. And now it's a 2 versus 1 against Dynasty. Buram have ended up in second again. Unless Dynasty pulls off the 1v2, this could be their win.
He's going into the blue.
This is not impossible.
I'm watching
he's
him
just
on
going to
the
go into
minimap.
the blue.
Yeah, he's going straight into the blue. Which, you know, I was going to say there's not really that much of an incentive necessarily for him to do that because you'd think it's probably unlikely E-Arena are going to catch up to Buram, and those potential extra points might be more impactful for Buram, but
no,
either way,
I'm going to go out on the limb here and say I don't agree with it because all you're going to be giving up is essentially 1 point.
That's my point, yeah.
But with an opportunity to gain 6 points. So it's sort of like you got to look at it from a stakes
versus reward,
right?
Yeah.
So your risk is
gambling
low,
man,
it's 1 point, but your reward is 6 points.
Yeah.
Like, and it's a 1v2. That's doable. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, absolutely, we all understand denying blue. E-Arena are pretty far away, and they wouldn't even be the team in Buram in this instance because now they've gone above All Gamers Global anyway.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting decision. I don't think it's going to have any repercussions. There's 3 games to go, and Buram are looking really well placed now. So it's kind of a moot point, but it is quite interesting to just give up on the 1v2. We're going to go to a slightly lengthier break here as we're halfway through the final night when we do eventually return to Rondo.
Three, two, one, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
One by one, you always come back like a curse. Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive.
Well, Arena take out Taego in a unconventional fashion, of course, due to the blue denial that we saw from Biram. Biram themselves have now actually got themselves into first place, Jordan, despite even getting a win. They are 1 point above TDT, Sharper on 124, and you can see that that top three has really started to excel. All Gamers Global, who were first at the start of tonight, have only picked up 8 points so far, 16 points the gap to Team Flash, and of course, as you can see, Arena now up into 6, but still some work to do.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I don't know. Is it enough to say that E-Arena is back in with a bit of a sniff? Team Flash have obviously dropped off the pace. I think if you're going to say that Team Flash is still in with a crack, maybe we kind of have to extend that same olive branch over to E-Arena, but it certainly would require, at least in the case of those two teams, another couple of good games. And then if we're going anywhere further down the list for Forest Natural, for example, probably the last three of these games have to all be good ones to be able to make it. And then you're also working under the assumption that All Gamers continues to slow things down. They started today at 111 points, if I'm not wrong. So 8 points out of the first 3 games today. It's not really been their day. And it would be pretty surprising to see All Gamers fall off and actually fall out of the top 5. But that is really only feeling like a possibility because of their own fall off, rather than because any of the other teams are doing enough, right? Like Team Flash haven't really done enough to convince me. E-Arena, even with the win, Forest Gaming, even with the win, haven't made me think, yeah, they can do this. It's only really like, is All Gamers actually going to be their own worst enemy here and let this happen somehow? Because all it really takes for All Gamers is like 1 or 2, like 4 or 5 point games and you're probably in the clear. But they haven't been able to do that yet. So as long as All Gamers continues to slide, maybe there's a chance. Biram up to 128, TDT at 127. They're feeling pretty okay. Sharper even at 124. You know, you're talking 21 point gap between Sharper and number 5. It's a lot with 3 games to go. It's workable with 3 games. So I think we get to the point where there's 21 points with only 2 games remaining. At that point, you don't expect that you're going to be able to overcome that. That's just not enough time, unfortunately, for a team like Team Flash or E-Arena. So it's going to have to happen here for Team Flash or E-Arena, or AG is going to have to continue to fumble. And there's really no other worlds where anything too crazy actually ends up occurring, I don't think.
Game 6, which was the final game back on night 1, was a 13-kill win for Team Flash. They need something like that again, don't they? They really do. 16 points the gap, but they went into tonight 20 points behind All Gamers Global. So they've only actually, in 3 matches, closed that gap by 4 points. 3 matches to go. So you can't just, close it again by 4. You're not going to get into the top 4. E-Arena started the night on 66 points, then up to 96. So 30 through the opening 3 games. So if you were to extrapolate that a little bit and say, well, let's just say hypothetically they get 30 in the next 3 games as well for a 60-point night. That's 126 points, which as things stand, 7 points clear of All Gamers Global, who have only picked up 8 points so far tonight. So I'm not definitely saying E-Arena are out of this. Obviously, Team Flash are not out of this. And I will extend an olive branch to Forest Natural Gaming at 88 points. But they're going to have to be really good over these next 3 games. Bluntly, 8th and below are all out for me now. I've got markers through all of them. I'm going to take the plunge and say from Roy Esports, Armory Gaming, Alter Ego, all of them, done. 3 games to go.
Yeah.
The only world in which any of those teams could do anything now is essentially 3 back-to-back-to-back wins.
Yep. What a fall from grace it's been for Roy as well. On day 1, we really had high hopes for them. They looked very, very good. But they just haven't been able to find that consistency over day 2 and day 3. And I think in a lot of instances, they have looked uncomfortable when they haven't been given favorable situations. So again, what I was saying in the last game, they work well when the game is working for them, but when it's not, they don't seem to be the kind of team that has that fallback and that ability to be able to pick up points against the odds, when they've got the disadvantages. So it's tough to really make an argument for them here unless they get extremely lucky going forward. Phase 1 circle is here in the books, and it's going to go straight over the top of the likes of TDT. So you can imagine that there's a pretty reasonable chance that TDT will be scraping together, let's say at least 1 or 2 points out of this game. They don't have to go for any crazy wacky rotates or anything like that. And 1 or 2 points right now for TDT is going to be more than enough. ISG on their way out of Jadena City. And they will, for the first time in a long time, feel like they might actually be one of the faster rotators, because they typically are a team that has these weaker drop locations out toward the extremities on most maps. And in this instance, that's actually played in their favor because the zone has pulled in their direction. So they'll be happily over that bridge and trying to find somewhere to hole up and see if they can put together any good finishes to this EWC qualifier. What has been largely unsuccessful.
There's one last notion that we usually only bring up towards the end of a tournament, Jordan, and that's hot dropping slash rotate camping as we head into Erangel after this, right? So if you're a Team Flash, do you think about that against All Gamers Global? If the gap is around, let's just say hypothetically it's around the same kind of margin it is now, or maybe even slightly less, do you think about that either match 5 or 6 tonight?
Yeah, I think it really does depend on what the gap is going to be. A 16-point gap, you might have to go for something that ambitious, right? Because you almost need to ensure that your opponent is done. Because even if you have a 20-point game and you think, oh, okay, well, we've done what we need to do, they may still end up having a 10 or 15-point game as well, and you're still kind of like off the pace a little bit. So yeah, maybe if you go in, like, let's say you go into the final game, you go into game 6, the gap right now is 16. I think there's no way for you to guarantee a win other than to hot drop and win that hot drop. Otherwise, you're kind of just leaving it a little bit too much up to fate, destiny, I don't know, the zone. So yeah, I think it's definitely a consideration for them. Probably not just yet. Probably not going into game 5. But game 6, it wouldn't be too surprising if we saw that.
I think game 5 happens if the gap extends off of this game.
Yeah, maybe.
Or at least it's discussed and thought about. I feel like in modern PUBG, we see it so less and less.
Doesn't happen that often, does it?
A big little scrap happening here on the very edge of the circle for phase 1, and All Gamers Global can hear this commotion and think, well, this could be a really good chance to maybe pull up, get a couple of kills. Got to be careful you don't get then driven by. He's going to get run over by Mam. You don't want to kind of enter the mess. You want to stay on the outside of it and kind of convert. Himas did get knocked down by Egba. That's not what you don't want. But Egba's completely by himself, so they'll collect the kill, they'll get the res.
It's just not a good day at the office for Zanshin, is it? And here's the important points. All Gamers going and giving Haisaki a pat on the back after that one. He's picked up 1. And 1 doesn't sound like much, but that's going to be another 2 points there as Taekon picks up another. And it is all important for All Gamers as they were just kind of holding on to a small lead, but it seems like it is starting to grow. The gap between 4 and 5 as Team Flash are looking at that with despair, and All Gamers, they are hunting, they are looking for alter ego. Haisaki on the way forward. He's being peppered by Simoy. He's going to go down as well. Maybe they've overextended their imagination.
Oh, no.
Taekon and Haisaki have gone down. They got too eager, and all of a sudden, they are turning gold into dust. And All Gamers...
Simoy that's playing that anchor, the south of that mini-map, helping out Trick. Trick as well getting involved. And it's a last stand here for Alter Ego against an All Gamers Global team that certainly cannot be affording to get wiped out here. Now, they've picked up some points. They've picked up some kill points, so they've extended that gap ever so slightly to Team Flash. You can see Trick is like seeing the UAZ in the background. It's like, no, we're not going to let you come and pick these guys up, Destroy. Destroy will be the smart player, though, and pull up at this little ridge. Trick expecting him all to closer to the left. Well, clearly a little bit of damage now done on to All Gamers, regardless of what happens from here with Taikon's elimination. But this should be a 5th kill gained coming up for Destroy as Trick, I think, just hiding behind that tree. Himas trying to smoke off Simoy and block his vision. Haisaki is still bleeding, but now getting revived, or at least should be getting revived any time now.
Yeah, this is looking like it's probably worth it in the end for All Gamers. It's a good shout from Simoy, but not enough. And yeah, if you're All Gamers, you take that 5 points for 1 player down. I think that's all good. Trick will be finished off there as well. So there's another point secured for All Gamers. And
that's 6 for 1. That's great ratio. And that's so devastating for Team Flash.
It is. It is. Unless you go on to have a big game now, Team Flash are really in hot water. Not to mention even the arena.
And just like that, you go above Sharper. Sharper now go 124. And we said the cutoff was going to be kind of around the 120s. So we might be a little bit off, might be closer to the 130s, but I don't know if Team Flash are going to get, you know, the 30 points required in the last 3 games the way they're playing tonight.
Yeah, I think it will end up actually being a little closer to the 130s just because of the fact that we have a bit of a sponge towards the top end, and Zanshin is that team that's kind of like missing out on those extra points, right? You see Zanshin at 17 right now. You'd think they probably should be maybe like somewhere around 30 or 40 points. So you distribute those extra like, you know, 15, 20, 25 points over the top 3 or 4 teams, and that's what gets, you know, 4th place from 120 up to like 125, 130, for example. Unfortunately, that makes the job even more difficult for those teams in the middle of the pack, that there's just, you know, slightly more points on offer here for those guys at the top. So yeah, that does bump the points total, or the predicted points total, up a touch. A conversation point for a little bit later on. FW Esports doing some scouting here, courtesy of Banana One. You know, that could actually be an airplane name. This is Banana One to the air traffic control. Yeah, it almost looks like an air traffic control tower, that one there too. Some Buram going rotating past. And Ruiz has just spotted out Xavier. So there you go, another point for the team in the top 4. Why not?
Yeah, they're just starting to soak, aren't they, towards the back end of this tournament, which isn't really too surprising because naturally there's a lot of teams now that know they can't make it, they can't get to the Esports World Cup, that they can't make top 4. So you kind of let your guard down a little bit more careless, and you're not as fussed. Like, let's be honest, Leo dying there, he's not, you know, totally mad at himself. It's like, oh, well, you know, like, we can't make it anyway. We haven't really been able to make it all night tonight anyway. We're just playing this out. So that means teams like Buram can kind of just farm, be a little bit more aggressive. Do lose Dynasty. Idiot needs to win that fight, and he does, and that's the last player. There's 4 points for Buram United, and that's going to see them go to 132 points now.
Yeah. Grim for anyone that's not inside the top 4 is the way that I would describe it today. FW Esports with the seat swap onto Forest Gaming. Kiss is going to go down. Esquilusia will grab himself the trade. Here comes a potential run over attempt as well. Doesn't look like that's going to end up happening. Kiss will be finished off. Esquilusia maybe missed rise or just didn't quite get there in the end. Banana One. He's in to assist. It was a rough landing. I've been on a couple of those myself, Xenox, but it works out in the end. And FW Esports are going to be able to get back up to 4. They get themselves a kill point onto Forest Natural. And again, it's kind of the opposite of what you would want if you wanted a close finish. Forest Natural was, again, an outside shot, but maybe a shot. And unfortunately with 3, it's going to make the job even more difficult. So we're getting points in the back pocket for the top 4, and the teams that are trying to catch them suffering some losses. You put 2 and 2 together, you get 4. I'm pretty good at maths, Xenox. I did it in grade 12. I'm sure you are as well. I'm seeing the picture that's getting painted for me. And it would seem that things are starting to slowly but surely get locked in, as Esquilusia also is going to fall to his death after getting knocked out of the vehicle. And so I think Forest Natural, we can start to say, are probably falling out of this race as well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it happens. I think going into Erangel, it's going to be, you know, the final 2 maps will largely be dead rubber kind of territory, barring something crazy. It's kind of all on. I'm almost putting everything on E-Arena now to kind of keep the pace that they've set so far tonight. They've got a decent position just to the northwest of Tuling. I think they're the last real chance. I don't think Team Flash have shown enough tonight, and I don't want to completely, you know, cancel them out. Forest are probably done, so it's down to really E-Arena and Team Flash, and they're going to have to start playing really well, really quickly. And to be fair, Sharper did lose Thunders early. They've got nothing in this game so far. So if they walk away from this game with a donut, they'll be stuck on 124. That is catchable then for E-Arena and Team Flash this particular game. So we're not totally locked out in the last 2 games, as Flash will get one handy little point. So as of right now, they are 20 points behind Sharper. 3 games still to be finalized. That's not an impossible gap. But a lot of it does now depend on what does Sharper do as this 3-man, and can Flash and therefore E-Arena finish strong in this match. And Flash have got a decent circle pull as well. Arena on the outside, on the west edge of that circle. So they're both on opposite ends. They're not going to fight each other. Sharp is in a bad spot, in a bad way, on the very south end of this zone as well, next to Forest and FW. So if they get wiped out here, it does just leave that door ajar.
Yeah, I'm interested. My interest has been piqued. But we'll see if Flash can actually do anything to convert on this. It's certainly not a sure thing, but it is not a bad spot to be in. Sharper on their way forward here. May run into Banana 1 of FW Esports. Looks like that's not going to result in too much weaponry jousting. Can actually gives them a spray to send them on their way. It's all well and good. Sharper didn't want to pull up there anyway. They were on the move still. I think we, at this point, are kind of just waiting with bated breath for the next couple of minutes to see where this next pool goes, to see whether or not it will go over the top of Team Flash. The unfortunate reality is they're probably just a little bit too close to the water to get a really favorable pool here. Zone's going to move away from them. That may actually just bring E-Arena back into the discussion because they're far out to the west, and the zone, you would think, is going to push further toward them to get away from the water.
Yeah,
exactly.
Go to Ling, which is not awful still for Flash. Sharper did a decent job, by the way, to get past FW and Forest and got themselves onto that coastline. If Flash only knew, if they only knew what we knew, they would probably hard push towards that three-man Sharper and wipe them out as soon as possible. As AG, speaking of wiping out, Armory Gaming get rid of Cerberus. And this is the other AG, and All Gamers Global. And their handy 5 kills at the start of this game has set them up nicely, despite being certainly out of position right now.
Seymour's coming in from the blues. He's only just popped back up on the map stream. He's so far out. So I don't know how he's still alive, but he's kicking. Here comes All Gamers as well. 5 points on the board this game for them so far.
Oh, do they feed Sharper? That would be horrible for Flash.
They may well. They are about to go past them. Shots coming across. The connections are not really there. There was FW and Sharper both having a crack, but pretty long-range sprays. Not really going to result in too much. All Gamers are going to keep on going, and they're going to keep going in the direction of Team Flash. It could be a pretty busy side of the zone in just a second. Some shots coming through actually now for All Gamers. 2 knocks I could see very quickly there in the kill feed. Not sure how many of those have ended up actually being converted. Looks like Destroy and Haisaki are dead.
Yeah. So Himas is sending it straight to Kwaisama and one more as well. So there you go. Kwaisama gets the kill onto Himas. Couldn't quite see it because of the split screen, but it is All Gamers Global that are out. So they got the 5 kill points. That's decent enough. Gets them into 125. So, I mean, like, they're only 1 point above Sharper Esports. So both All Gamers Global and Sharper, by no means are they safe going into Erangel. It leaves that door ajar. But you've got to punish that now if you're flashing, if you're E-Arena, and they've just lost Neurons. And they might not be done. They might lose a couple more. They got pinched. Roy from a distance and Van Nye and TDT up close. 3 kills for TDT. At this point, I'm pretty firmly thinking that they're going to be able to qualify with 2 games to go. And unfortunately for E-Arena, you're going to have to just stack the bus. I think just a duo in that bus as well. So I'm not imagining they're going to pick up the points necessary as they head into 2 Ling. No kills, duo. And while we saw a duo earlier on in Zizzy and Jacob on Taego do a really good job of closing the game out for E-Arena, this is going to be an even more difficult task.
Yeah, most definitely. And the thing is, E-Arena, they can't even afford to, like, just close it out, you know? They need to close it out with some serious kill points on the board as well, and that just doesn't really seem doable here with only the 2. The grenade's going to land on Telerix's position. He was really stuck, couldn't do anything, so I think Jacob's just going to have to let him die and see if he can hope to do anything on his own here. But it doesn't look like Armory are particularly keen on sharing this little slice of the world. Somehow that Molotov hasn't actually ticked onto Jacob. Maybe All Gamers are going to neglect the possibility that he is still in here, assuming that the Molotov has cleaned it out. But now Jacob's starting to fire some shots, and so that's going to probably mean his untimely end as the door does get opened up by Opons. And that's the end of E-Arena and the end of their chase, you'd think, for a top 4 spot.
Yeah, 30 points, 2 games to go. That's the gap. That's very unlikely, and that's taking into consideration, you got to remember that the 30-point gap is the gap as it stands right now, and then the other teams, in being Sharper Esports and All Gamers Global, will be capable of getting their own points. So it's probably arena done unless they quite literally win the last 2 games and they get 15 kill wins. Like that's probably the way that they could still do it. You would imagine that's very unlikely. So now down to Team Flash to see if they can give us a little bit of spiciness and entertainment going into the last 2 games of Erangel. We need Team Flash, we as neutrals and viewers, to have some entertainment going into the last 2 games to do well in this match. Otherwise, that door, which was slightly left ajar, may just well close shut going into the homestand finish. FW wiped out by 4 crazy rabbits. TDT, yeah, they're down to 1, but they've got enough points in the bank, Jordan. They'll go past that 130 mark. That 130 mark is going to secure you top 4. So I think they're looking very likely now to qualify.
Yep. Yeah, it seems like really the last hope for anything in terms of a battle for top 4 really is Team Flash at this point. They are still pretty strong in this game. Bururam may be losing Edie in a second, although he just gets a nice cheeky peek on the Setsuna. I honestly thought Edie made some footsteps and Setsuna was waiting for him, but might have just gotten caught on the timing there. And that looks like it may well be the end of Roy for this game, down to just a solo now. Team Flash are going to be our pivotal conversation point. They are really the only one that is still in the race for a top 4 that isn't already there. And this is a game that could work out for them. They've got ISG on their side of this zone. The zone has somewhat pulled up towards their position as well, so they won't have as far to move. They've already got Long X starting to move into a more favorable zone position as well. So if they can get through this next sort of 5-minute passage of play, let's say, without losing a player, I think they're going to be in a really good spot to win this game, because if that's the case, it would mean they've probably cleared out ISG, haven't been pushed by Sharper, and everyone else is fighting in Tooling. And Team Flash are kind of happy on the northern side doing whatever they need to do. So it's a big 5 minutes. Exactly.
They just need to survive right now. I know they're going to want kills and need kills, but you got to keep 4 up late game and then get the kills late game. Aim for, you know, an 8 to 10 kill win, which would see pretty much, if they did that, it would become a top 5 then going into the last 2 games. So they've got to just have the patience here and not think of this as, you know, this is not the last game. Like, you don't need to go out and go farm the lobby to overcome an incredibly large deficit. So just relax a little bit. You got good zone position. Let those into Ling battle each other. Let them take each other out. Get yourself top 4 players up. Good utility. And I think that's what they're doing. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Team Flash right now and the way they're playing this. I think this is some really good PUBG from them. And I think you said it before earlier on the broadcast, Jordan, that Team Flash play at their best when they're in these kind of good positions in the zone late game. It's just getting here that's been their issue. But when they do get here, they've been successful. We saw that back on day 1 when they got a 13 kill win.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if they can get there. There's still a little bit of a jury's out type situation. But they do seem to be in a bit of a better spot than at least the guys stuck inside of Tooling. I think Armory are going to have a real difficult time of capitalizing on a game like this, just purely because not only do they have to fight the teams inside Tooling, but they'll have to be worried about the guys up on top of it as well. Like Bururam, as soon as all gamers sort of pop their heads up, are going to start having some shots in there as well. My main concern for Team Flash at the moment is Sharper. Like, this ridge that Sharper have got is actually insane. It's a beautiful angle onto Team Flash's position. So as soon as they cotton onto that fact and kind of realize that they can actually have a look up over that ridge, then it might be curtains for Team Flash. There are some shots coming in, though, from ISG towards Sharper, so they're not actually that keen on having a look up that ridge, but there's another zone pool that is going to go favorably enough for Team Flash again.
That's good. That's pretty good. You take that.
Yeah.
Not getting the absolute hardest shift, but you don't need it. So as Hwang gets eliminated, TDT will go out in 8th, but picked up pretty decent points this game to just keep themselves really nicely tidy at the top. Sharper wiping out Flash would be probably enough to say, yeah, it's unlikely we get some fun in the last 2 games, but the inverse would be, well, really good for Team Flash if they can wipe out Sharper. As long as Sharper survive, though, they're just picking up some valuable points to keep themselves afloat above All Gamers Global. As the duo for ISG have made their way over, they've gone to the top side of Tuling, straight in towards Biram United. Muck loses the initial first contact battle. Can't win that out. He gets knocked, finished off by Dynasty. Fever now the last one alive for ISG. They've essentially just kind of pushed over and fed Biram. But it also means that for Team Flash, they don't have to worry about ISG anymore. They got the whole north side of this circle to themselves.
Ooh, we got the finish onto Dynasty. So Biram do lose a player. So credit to ISG for that one. It's going to open the door up a little bit more for the likes of Team Flash. Forest Natural down in Tuling, having a bit of a rough time, but Scappy is getting scrappy. And he's got himself two. Nice knock onto UNQ and Opon's big spray. Almost got it done. Wasn't quite enough, but he'll go for those kill points. Hasn't quite finished him off. Does get him in the end. Exquisite getting into the kill feed here as well for Sharper. And Scappy is roaming nicely around Tuling. I'm surprised that he's been given as much space as he has.
Oh no, this is going to kill him.
You'd think so. Oh, has he made enough space? He has, but Shanks recognizes now's the time. And he will catch him on the heel. No, he won't. Scappy's cancelled it, but he hasn't got the heel off, importantly. And Shanks is really putting on some nice pressure in the end. Scappy will go down. Forest Natural are eliminated in 6th place. Armory up to 10 kill points. It's a big game from them.
Kept trying to heal. I understand he was very, very low, but once he's pushed up to the crane, at that point, he's not going to let you get that heel off. And all he has to do is just run around and essentially spray, hip fire. Doesn't have to do anything too fancy. So Team Flash go to top 5. So does Sharper. They're getting some extra points, which is not ideal for Team Flash, but right now they can chase down All Gamers Global. So at the very least, there's at least one team in the top 4 that they can chase, which, I mean, because Sharper's still alive at this point, it is All Gamers Global that is in 4th. So the team that is in 4th is out, which is good news for Flash. They would have certainly preferred Sharper to go out as well. Just to add, you know, one extra sort of way into that top 4, 2 teams rather than 1. You take with what you're given, and what you're given, this Phase 7 circle has gone the way of Sharper. That 3-man might just be able to make a really good meal of this match 16 game. And it means Flash have to get moving.
Yeah, it looks like Cam from
Still need kills.
Probably done. Say in the blue, just trying to heal out. Is eventually going to get found out, though he actually gets the kill onto Shanks. So he has crept in behind him. Ultimately, that'll be his death. We're into the top 3 now. Sharper picking up some big points out of this one, really solidifying their place in that top 4. Boomerang probably doing so the same as well. But 4v3v2, this has to be a win for Team Flash. This is the best opportunity that you're going to get today, at least so far. Honestly, they're hoping that this is not going to be the best opportunity that they'll get today, but it may well be, right? So you're going to have to convert on it.
Well, the unfortunate reality of the Tuling, POI is it's kind of a twofold. It's great for the placements in the late game, but you're not going to get kills. So, and you don't really want to push in there to go get those kills, because then you're moving away from what is a safe position to then put yourself in a more risky position, which, considering we've still got 2 games on Erangel, they don't need to do that just yet. Had this been like the last game of Erangel, they might have decided, guys, we need the kills. We're going to have to just push in and see what we can do. The reality is, if they win this game, it might only end up being a 5-kill win. And we saw the denial in the last game, Jordan. This actually ends up being a potential denial opportunity for Sharper now that they know Flash, is this deep, is this late? And if Exquisite does die and doesn't get brought back up, and being a duo against a 4-man, you just deny.
Well, here comes the sweep.
This is when you should deny.
That's going to be the end of 4 Crazy Rabbits. Another point there for Long X and Team Flash. On the topic of the deny, I'm not really seeing any moves in that direction right now from Sharper. They seem happy to try to take this fight, at least for the moment. Tossing out the smokes and the deployable cover. Keisama is finding himself that flanking angle and will confirm the kill point onto Exquisite as well. This will end up being a 6-kill win in an ideal world for Team Flash. Jedi, he has now gone down to the zone. Hungbo ditch. Surely. Okay, they've got it. Did miss out on that 1 point, though, I think, onto Jedi.
Yeah. Oh, 5-kill win. That's 15 points. That will put Team Flash up to 118.
Would have been 6.
I believe, roughly 7 or 8 points behind All Gamers with 2 games to go. I mean, that's really close. That's single digits. That's nasty territory. If you're All Gamers Global, you start to just be a little bit stressed going into Erangel now, to think you started tonight up in first place, and now with 2 games to go, you could still potentially miss out. In the end, getting that win for Team Flash, they absolutely needed it, but they'll be kicking themselves that maybe they couldn't squeeze out an extra 3 or 4 kills in there to really solidify that win. But you take with what you get, and what they got was the two-link circle where the vast majority of the action really was. I thought they played a really, really good game of PUBG there, and Sharper too, to their credit, as a 3-man from the onset to get second and still pick up a couple of kill points sets them up beautifully going into the last 2 games. Short break. When we come back, we head to Erangel as we look to close out these qualifiers. So the race is down to 5. With that chicken dinner, it is Team Flash who find themselves 6 points, Jordan, behind 4th place All Gamers Global. 118 124. The top 3, 130 plus. And funnily enough, every team in the top 6 has found 2 wins now. Except the team in first place, Miramar United, 142 points. And you could say now mathematically, they're off to Riyadh. They're off to the Esports World Cup. You can lock them in. And honestly, you could go as far to say as locking in TDT and Sharper Esports would be... I actually don't know what would have to really happen. Team Flash and All Gamers Global, both of them would have to knock down one of Sharper and TDT. I just don't envision that happening. It would be some wild mathematical playbook stuff to play out. For E-Arena, Forest, Armory, the only world in which they enter the conversation is quite literally winning the last 2 games, 15 kill wins each. Like, you're essentially going to need, 40 to 50 points in the last 2 games. Like, that's the only world in which those 3 teams have any kind of play. And we just haven't seen it really from any of them. They've had wins, as you can clearly see, but not like 15 kill kind of wins.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it just hasn't been quite enough. I think for E-Arena and for Forest Natural and even Armory Gaming, they'll all be a little bit disappointed with themselves just because there's been moments where it's looked like they have been competitive teams, but I think they've really let themselves down in comparison to the others in the bad games, right? They've had bad games where they've walked away with 0 points, and that hasn't really been the case quite as much for your Buru Rams, definitely for TDT and for Sharper, and even not really for All Gamers. So that is probably what's kept them out of the running. If you would have gotten another, even just 2, 3, 4 points a day, something like that, you might be in with a little bit more of a shot here, but I think it's a little bit tough to ask of that. As we go to the bottom end of the standings there, you can see, a massively significant drop-off to IPS, or ISG, I should say, and Zanshin. Those 2 teams are just not cutting the mustard with the rest of the pack. But even all the way down to Savage, man, it's not like a drastic drop off a cliff in comparison to some of these other teams. They're only 20 points away from a pretty comfortable top 8 position, for example. So if this were any other kind of tournament where there was prize money, for example, down to 8th or 10th or 12th or what have you, you could say those teams have been competitive. But the unfortunate reality is because we're looking for 4 teams only to go through to Esports World Cup PUBG, it's a bit off the pace, unfortunately, for those teams that are sitting towards the bottom end. So it's not like a league or anything like that anymore. None of that. And really, it's down to the final 5 that we're hoping to kind of see a little bit more happen. I would like to see a world where E-Arena or Forest Natural or Armory go on to win this next game, and then we can at least lump them back in as well. But obviously that's wishful thinking at this stage. We are moving on to Erangel though, and that was a map that I think E-Arena have had a little bit more success on. Certainly on day 1, they were a little bit better on Erangel. So if you want to get on the Copium or the Hopium hype train with me, Xenox, there might still be a ticket available. The conductor's pretty handsome, I'll say. And if you wanted one, he could find one, probably.
I don't see it. Even if in the arena, let's say they get a 15 kill win in match 5 tonight, that would put them to, what even is that, 121 points?
Yep.
So that doesn't even overtake All Gamers Global, and then that's not even taking into account what they would potentially get in this game themselves. So you would essentially, enter the conversation, but then you would have to back up that massive performance and kind of do it similar again, back to back. That's some otherworldly stuff. You can kind of expect it maybe from one team randomly throughout a tournament, throughout the middle portion, night 2, like a Sharper. But to do it in the last 2 games of a tournament, that's something that we don't see really all that often. It's always a possibility. And those are the last 3 teams that I would say you can't fully mark them out, because if they do what we're talking about, then that might actually be enough to see a qual position. But the focus for me is certainly just going to be on Team Flash, going to be on All Gamers Global. And to, a lesser degree, what ends up happening with TDT and Sharper, if they just go double donut, there is a world one could technically miss out, but that's largely dependent on both Team Flash and and All Gamers Global picking up enough points to knock one of those teams down, and that's unlikely with 2 games to go. So I'm looking at it now as a 2-horse race for that 4th spot, which honestly, there's nothing wrong with that going into, at this point, the second last game. At least the second last game is not a dead rubber. There's still a lot to fight for. We could go into this, and we're about 50 seconds away from getting into this game. And what happens if All Gamers Global get 0 points from this and Team Flash get 8 or 9 points? Suddenly they swap positions just like that, going then into the last game. And the last game will then again focus on those 2 teams. And then it means that we don't get that dead rubber, which, I think midway through Rondo, we were thinking maybe Erangel, the 2 games of Erangel might both be dead rubbers. At the very least, this one certainly won't be. On the flip side, if Team Flash go out super early this game, get nothing, All Games Global go out and get 6-7 points, then you're thinking last game might be a bit done.
Tough. Yeah, what's the magic number where it still feels doable? I think it's probably under 10. Like if it's in single digits, it feels like maybe you can overcome that in a single game. But if you're getting any more than maybe 10 points behind, that's where it's going to really start to get quite difficult to overcome as Team Flash. So they've just got to make sure that they are able to still keep pace at the very worst, go point for point, maintain that 6-point deficit. No more, certainly, is going to be the goal for them as we head out onto Erangel for the penultimate match of the tournament. It is 2 to go, and then we'll be finding out which 2 teams, or which 4 teams I should say, are going through to Esports World Cup from the Asia Pacific region. We've already established North America, EMEA and Korea. The China qualifiers are happening this weekend as well. They'll be wrapping up alongside us here in Asia Pacific. And at that point, I believe we'll have our full contingent of teams qualified through to the Esports World Cup. Obviously, there was a couple of invites going out as well. Quite a number of Asia Pacific teams receiving those invites based on the global rankings. So it's going to be quite a stacked field in terms of APAC talent, which is not something that we could have said in the past. It's been, a breath of fresh air for us, at least, to be able to have some more local teams to cheer on in comparison to the dominance from Korea and Europe that we used to see. I mean, China as well, I guess, worth a mention. Pretty much everywhere that's not APAC. North America's even had their time with the likes of Sonics internationally. So, yeah, it was kind of nice to see Asia Pacific just popping their head up a little bit more so over the 2023-2024 period.
Well, speaking of popping up, I mean, Team Flash have just been gifted the God Circle. This is a Saverny circle right now, shooting range circle. And look who's in, the only ones in it, they're the bullseye. I mean, this is absolutely perfect.
Where do you go?
It couldn't be any more perfect. Well, you got to loot up first, obviously. You'll go the quads here south of Saverny, and you could go into Saverny itself and then still probably push out and get a decent position. All Gamers Global just to the west of Farm over towards Snake Way, so they'll have to make their way up through, I imagine, a congested kind of highway up potentially through the Roshawk side. This changes everything. I mean, this is fascinating now because Team Flash are 6 points behind and they get an absolute God phase 1 circle. They don't have to worry about an over rotate. They can get prio positions that they feel comfortable playing in. This is where they loot. Like, this is really a solid opportunity. You may not get anything even remotely close to this. You may get a Sosnovka Island circle, which we've had plenty of throughout these qualifiers. And when you're up in that Saverny region, you know you're going for the long haul rotates. This is dream scenario stuff for Team Flash.
Yeah, most definitely. But look, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here because we know that the Phase 1 circle doesn't very often correlate with big games. It's one of those things that's like a bit of a fallacy, right? You look at that and go, oh, sweet, we've got the Phase 1 feed, but it's not really the feed that you want. And that was why I asked the question of where do you go? Because it's almost like, you know, when you go into one of them restaurants that's just got like 50,000 things on the menu, maybe like a Chinese restaurant or something, one of them late night restaurants that you can go into in Melbourne. I'm sure you know the ones. And they've got like,
they have it like on the, what is it, like the conveyor belt, and it's just rotating around.
There's just too many options, you know? You're kind of looking at the menu like, Jesus, there's so many things. And that's when you're spoiled for choice. And I think that's kind of the situation that Team Flash are in at the moment. They are so spoiled for choice. They've got a guy in shooting range, they've got a guy at the quads, they've got 2 guys in Saverny. Presumably at some point you'll obviously see them linking back up with one another. They've maybe got another, I'd say 30 to 45 seconds of looting time before other teams are going to start to encroach in on their positions. Already Sharper has started to come across. Bururam have kind of pre-rotated a player out of Yasnaya. Armory Gaming are moving out of Rozhok, as we just saw there as well. ISG making the cross at the Georgia Pole bridges. So teams are on their way. And if Team Flash want to lock in a position, let's say it is the quads, because the quads do tend to be pretty good if they get fed, you'd have to have multiple members in there in maybe the next minute or so. Fevin, bit unfortunate for him, has flipped his Dacia. So he's going to need to pick up. But even then, it's like, you may make that choice to go quads, and then this ends up being a shooting range circle or like around the hill up the shooting range, and all of a sudden that's not such a good position anymore, because pushing out of those quads is not super easy. It's quite open terrain around it. That's why it's great when it gets fed. It's hard to crash.
The benefits, I think the benefits are mostly extra looting time, vehicles you want, early positions, early scouting, and more or less being able to play out of a region that you naturally play around a lot in. So you've got a little more comfortability and knowledge in these kind of positions. You're right, phase 1 circle feeds kind of are largely irrelevant for the most part. And especially when it's kind of in this sort of area where there's not exactly like a guaranteed prior position. Armory Gaming and 4 Crazy Rabbits going at it here, which is not a bad little spot actually, just north of the Rozhok River. Good position. Ipons has been eliminated, but in the end, it is 4 for 1, and that's always passing our ratio test.
97.
Result for Armory Gaming, yeah, 97. They did lose 1.
Yeah. Yeah, not sure it's enough in this circumstance. Not just yet. But it'll be a staging point for later on in the game. And we'll see how things can go for Armory here as we take another look back at the map. Look at all those teams that are working their way up the Eastern Highway. ISG have been eliminated. What happened there? They
have. Ran
into Sharper by the looks of it. And then Runak's team killed himself and Goni with a Panzerfaust. So...
handy points for Sharper, though.
Sad we missed that one. But yeah, you're right.
And any points gained really this match for Sharper, TDT, and certainly for Biram, just completely locks them in. Like you just will not see them get overtaken. Oh, this could be absolutely crazy. If Tede hits that destroy, he is so fortunate. Imagine he gets knocked out here in match 17. He does spin a little bit, doesn't take a lick of damage. Edking's chasing him down though. Does pull away from it. Now this is over towards north of Yaz. So it's a Stelba wrap from All Gamers Global. Biram also around that vicinity. They're very, very lucky they don't lose one there on that rotate. And now that they've gotten through that little Roy Esports section, they've kind of got free reign to keep pushing up. They can go to the warehouse if they want, which is close by to Severny. That's a decent little spot for temporary location at the start of a phase 1 circle. It is, of course, a very crashable warehouse. Dynasty at the Rock, and just north of the pond here today has ended up in an absolute crossfire, walked into the spider's web. All Gamers Global, by the way, have gone all the way to Stelba. I'm watching them for good reason. They're in 4th right now, and they're pushing in towards Alter Ego. So they might not be completely out of the woods just yet. They're going straight past Man, but they're going straight also into Egba. Keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, Alter Ego definitely have the info that All Gamers are heading in their direction, maybe even directly towards them. Egba's run into Tycon. He's trying to get the better of him, but Egba's there on his own. I mean, what is going on there for Alter Ego? That's a disappointing setup, considering that they would have known that that was coming. Egba will be finished off, so that'll be a point for All Gamers, and an important point as well. We consider their circumstances. More importantly as well, they've actually just been able to make this rotate without losing a player, at least not yet.
I can't believe it. Through 2 teams as well, and Alter Ego were far better set up than even Roy. So, and now Biram are actually pushing up close by to All Gamers Global. This is insane.
It's going to get messy.
Yeah,
but probably what we want.
Just making their way over the George Paul Bridge. TDT don't... Well, hang on, head-on collision here. Guys, you got to watch the road. Jun's going to get knocked down by Lyrics. I think he just kind of had a little bit of a nap behind the wheel. It does look like All Gamers Global have pulled up to the warehouse. Now, in the long run, it's not a super safe location. Very susceptible to crashes and sends if that circle pop does pull onto it. It's not a bad temporary location. Biram are also continuing to get closer to All Gamers Global. This is fascinating elsewhere. I mean, I know that you kind of have to watch the other fights as well, but my main attention is just going to be on the two teams that can still qualify in All Gamers Global and, of course, Team Flash, who are playing the quads, and Hisaki does get knocked by Ken. Biram have just actually sent it onto this warehouse. I imagine we'll transition over rather soon here in terms of the observation, or at least I hope so, because I'm watching the map feed and they're still fighting and they're still driving. And
they're trying to book it. They're trying to book it. I think All Gamers are trying to leave. I saw them in vehicles for a second there. I think they're actually trying to leave and maybe cut their losses. I'm not sure that's necessarily going to work out for them.
We need to switch over to All Gamers. Come on, guys.
Yeah, Arena, meanwhile, by the way, are getting some points, but I'm not sure how relevant that's going to be long term. 3 points on the board for Arena is definitely something. Upchen gets the knock on to Zizzy and then on to Lyrics. That's clean from him. But Savage Men are so far at the bottom of the standings that these are consolation prize points. Oi, he's got onto Jacob as well. That's clean as a whistle from Upchen. He's about to 1v4 Arena.
And it'll absolutely, they're done now. They're just done. There's no hope. Even if Nurens gets this and gets... I mean, if he kills him here and gets them all rezzed back up, which he does get the knock on to Upchen, but there's more to follow, and that is it. E-Arena are out of the running for the Esports World Cup. It's not going to be possible for them to now qualify. Baron, and maybe moving on to the next target in that as well, Forest Natural Gaming being, I guess, the next best thing on 93 points coming into this game, as Qualusia makes it 94 as they eliminate X-Men, but at this point, I think it's going to be far too much of a reach unless they do something really crazy. Circle centers up, phase 2, away from that water, north of Severny. So it puts All Gamers Global in a tricky position, so much so they've gotten back into their vehicles, rotated out of the warehouse. I can't believe we didn't get to see any of that. Absolute commotion that ended up happening over there. Biram kind of just pushed them out of the warehouse, got the kill. And I'm trying to see if there's 2 or 3 up. I think it's 3 players. So 3 players are still up here on All Gamers Global, and they're going for a massive rotate now down towards the south. They've barely stopped driving this game outside of the one pull-up at the warehouse. Then they got crashed on and left immediately.
Yep, but they do find a spot of safety. This is actually not a terrible compound to hold on to. It's difficult to protect your vehicles, of course, but it's something that they can play from. Petty is occupied by FW Esports, who have a 2-1-1 split on this hill. Got that river, the Rozok River, still in play for phase 2 at the moment. So just kind of still keeping an eye on Team Flash and where you'd expect this zone to pull, unless we get some kind of really weird, egregious zone to the south for phase 3. Phase 4 is going to move away from the water. So I don't think that Team Flash have to move probably for the next 2 zones at least, because they did end up deciding to more or less lock in their position at the quads south of Severny. And here's Buriram in the position that All Gamers was holding on to for a moment previously as well. So nice split here for Buriram again. And it will slow down once more as we wait for this next zone to push in. A few teams already out here, right? So there's a lot of space available inside of this zone. Normally after 12, 13 minutes, you almost may have never even seen a knock in any given game. But in this one, we've lost 4 whole teams, 23 players. So there's lots of room. The only team that's still kind of waiting to wrap their way in is TDT coming up to the sort of northern side of Severny. You can see them here. And Roy just moving in around Yasnaya as well. But it will be a pretty calm minute or so.
I mean, it's tense for Flash now. If this doesn't pull north, getting out of the quads is not going to be fun. They really need a northern shift here. So before, you know, the phase 1 circle, it's really not the be-and-all at all. Honestly, phase 3 isn't really all that much either, but when you're this far northern, you really do need the phase 3 into the phase 4 pop here. You're still susceptible to crashes at the quads, but they do have a couple of players that have started to push out near shooting range, and that's going to pay dividends. Look at where Long X is. So they can they're going to push out of these quads now. They're going to go very, very quickly, move out to Long X's position just south of the shooting range. Or at least they should be moving out. Come on, do they have vehicles? I'm watching them on the map feed. I don't see them in vehicles. There's not enough movement here. They're shooting at Alter Ego as they drive by north through the road. And Tycon is now parachuting down. If he gets knocked, he's just straight dead. Destroy is driving below. So is Himas on the road for All Gamers Global. And Tycon will avoid the shots. He will go back. He'll get picked up. Or at least he's got his own vehicle. They're on the outer edge of the zone though now. All Gamers Global. They look like they're panicking a little bit. This game has not been the All Gamers Global that we've seen throughout this tournament. So much rotating, almost over-rotating, constantly not sure where to go. Now they find themselves really out of position, despite being one of the first teams up here in Phase 1. They are so out of position now, it's not even funny.
Yeah, they are getting collapsed upon as well. Buriram starting to come down south. It seems like Buriram are All Gamers' worst enemy in this particular match. Team Flash largely keeping themselves in check. Now, down the bottom of that hill, sort of at the low ground, it's not always the greatest of feelings, but it's a fairly empty side of the zone at the moment, so they will be feeling pretty okay about the progression thus far. I'm sure they'd love to get themselves another kill point or two, but it is what it is. Buriram also, in the meanwhile, just moving away from that engagement with FW and All Gamers, not wanting to have a bar of it, and they are going extremely hard north, so I'm very intrigued to see where Buriram are going to decide to end up going here. They are right now basically driving into Severny, which of course is being edged out by the blue. So they're either going to have to come in at Team Flash's position or at Sharper's position. I would have to imagine they're going to think about going in where Sharper is. There's just a little bit more cover over there, but they're going to send Can forward to do some scouting first. The rest of the lads following suit. In that meanwhile, by the way, Team Flash are just firing tons and tons of shots in this direction. We can't hear it because the shots aren't on to Can. Over the top, seat swap. It's not going to work out. Thunders will get Can, and that is going to have to turn Dynasty to the side. This is looking really bad for Buriram. They might have been better off taking that engagement against All Gamers. This was like out of the frying pan into the fire in a sense. Maybe better the devil you know than the one you don't. Long X will steal a point away, which could be hugely influential for Team Flash later on down the track. And they are hunting for more. Where's those headshots? Well, not in the right direction. Earth has got the knock onto Long X. He is safe behind the tree and should be resible for Team Flash. But that could be a fumble if it ends up getting converted.
I was going to say as well, for Buriram versus Sharper, that could have been almost an early battle for first. Of course, 1, 2, 3, 4 positions for the qualifiers don't really matter all that much. But it's always a nice thing to finish first. That circle pop.
Kill, by the way.
Flash have got some work to do, and they've down a player. Long X is dead, bleeds out. So they're down to 3. All Gamers Global are down to 3. The gap right now is 5 points. There's another match after this, so this is not the be end all. You don't want to lose from the position that you've been in and allow All Gamers Global, who have done some more rotating, to now come over the Roshawk Bridge to further gain that lead, further extend it. 12 teams, so you're getting close to placement points, which means if All Gamers Global make top 8, you need to be there as well. Yep.
Who's got the easier run in for the top 8? Well, it doesn't really seem like either of them have got a particularly easy way forward. It's been a pretty unenthusiastic day, unfortunately, for Alter Ego. They've just been completely out of it in comparison to day 2. It's been a bit more of a regression back to day 1. We've seen some okay moments, but 23 points on day 1 is probably about as good as you can hope for here for day 2 as well. We've got the mortars here for Binek. Not sure exactly who he's trying to hit here with those. Maybe Zanshin in the yellows.
He's trying to clear... Yeah, either Zanshin or trying to clear space for the player that's pushing up. Yeah, it's definitely for Zanshin over towards the yellow. And there's a... Who is that? It's Hungvo Ditch. That's pushed in behind. This is absolutely ballsy. It's a 2-1 split. Koisama's going to try and go in from the front, and Hungvo Ditch is going to surprise Zanshin from behind. They might not be aware that he's kind of pulled up here. They've turned their attention now, though, and he has been tagged a little bit. This is an all send in for Team Flash, and oh, indeed, Kanaxi peeks over the hill. This was such a ballsy play, and it has backfired. Hungvo Ditch dead. Sama and Binek need to deal with Sanchin in a 2 versus 3. Certainly still possible. They smoke up the yellow. First nade connects onto Ken's, but how much more have they really got? FW starting to push in towards this location. That's a handy knockdown. Sama trying to just get some refuge back into the smoke. Tries to ball the Panzer. Knocked though. Sama on 1 HP. He's able to heal up timely with the first aid kit and going for the res while the smoke is still up.
Dangerous times though. The push is coming through and the smoke is fading. The smoke has faded. He's missed the timing. He's got the knock though, but won't get the confirmed kill. It'll be stolen away by Sharper anyway. And Team Flash are out in 12th, so they are just hoping at this point that all gamers are going to miss out as well. And that, I mean, look, that could be a very real possibility the way things are looking on this southern side of the map. But that was definitely not clean from Team Flash, and
it was awful.
Unfortunately, they may have cooked their chances.
I understand the thinking in terms of that 2-1 split where you kind of send 2 to the front. You hope that maybe Hungvo Ditch can kind of go for a pinch, but you're doing it out in the open in an area where people can peek over the ridges and look down to that location. All Gamers Global only need to now just make top 8 and keep staying in there for as long as possible. They don't even need kills anymore. They're going to be slowly extending that gap more and more as time progresses, and that's going to make it so difficult for Team Flash in the final game. You go from being close to even, Jordan, to now probably needing, you know, a 10+ point kind of game to really solidify it, to the point now where you think, do we have to hot drop all gamers? Do we have to camp their rotates? They're going to have a little bit of time from now until the final game starts to talk it over. But it's something you have to consider. This is for a spot at the Esports World Cup. Do you go for a hot drop on All Gamers Global in the last game?
Well, what's the gap going to be is going to be the first question.
Well, right now it's about 5 or 6. It's about 5 points right now.
I don't know if you would risk it for 5 points only. If all gamers get knocked out here, which again, like I said, is a very real possibility. That rotation not looking good for Tycon. I think he's cooked. Destroy and Himas are still up and standing, but they are well and truly out of the zone at the moment. They've got to get past Forest Natural and all gamers and fight uphill. And their position is known. Like, I don't think it's really happening. Destroy's going to get knocked out here as well. So this might be the reprieve that Team Flash needs.
Or a missed opportunity, whichever way you want to kind of use it, right? It's both. It's kind of both, isn't it? So down to just Himas, and to be fair, they just need one more team. You can get 1 extra point here from this position. If someone else goes out, you make top 8. That would make it a 6-point gap, but let's be honest, 5 to 6, kind of largely irrelevant going into the final game. You're right, if it stays at this point, you know, 5 or 6 points, you probably don't go for the hot drop. You might think about where are they going to be rotating based on the first kind of circle pop. Can we surprise them a little bit, you know? It's going to be at least a fun finish, but this was the opportunity. As you said, it's a reprieve, but it's also that missed opportunity. And there you go. There's an extra point. So it goes to 6 now. Himas gets them into the top 8 by just staying alive. And he's trying to wrap around Armory Gaming, and he's done a successful job. You guys can't see it unless you've got the map feed. But Armory Gaming have gone to try and sweep and clear out Himas, but he's kind of moved through them a little bit. And he's now on the other opposite side. Although I think he may just have been spotted and now in the blue. Of course, as that's progressing, so I imagine at any second now he probably goes out next.
Yeah, that would probably be my assumption as well. I would have thought he would have gone out in 9th place, but he's managed to hang on, like you said, for that 1 extra point, and he's definitely doing a good job. Up to 7th, that's not going to be an extra point.
No, one more. That's what I'm saying. If one more team goes out, that's another point, right? One more team. Look where he is. So he got to the other side. Wow, that circle pop. My goodness.
Can't help him, can it?
He could easily get higher than even 6th. Like, the AG have no idea where he's gone.
It's a bit of a run, though. AG do get themselves a knock onto TDT. I'm just looking about who could be the next player to go down. I mean, maybe... Is it Jexy up here for Roy? Sitting in the center of the zone if someone spots him, but I think most teams have kind of just forgotten about him, so he's trying to keep his head down as much as possible. Doesn't look like he's going to be under too much pressure at this stage. Maybe he can even get himself another kill point or 2 onto these FW knocks. Heaty coming up over the top. May spot out Jexy if he continues in that
There's a couple of solos here, Jordan. I'm telling you right now, Himas can get top 4, and I think he's likely to get top 4. I'm going early on this.
That is early.
I'm feeling really confident.
You're investing in the stonks, mate. I don't know if you've got a great track record, but we'll see. Himas keeping his head down. Oh, that's unfortunate. For Roy, he was spotted out. Jexy was spotted out, but Buriram are now out in 7th. Top 5 as TDT get eliminated in 6th. Xenox is looking forward to cashing in. Jexy was spotted out, but he survived because the kill came through too quickly. And Himas is on the move again. He's going to get into the zone. He's now been spotted out. You've just missed out. That's the most painful way, isn't it? But hey, he still gets himself another couple of points over the top of what was probably expected, and that may shift the needle a little bit. Talk about the possibility of a hot drop. Is that enough? We'll find out.
7-8 point gap. Do you hot drop? Do you not hot drop? Do you camp rotates? Do you not camp rotates? I think you go at least. I think you got to at least go camp rotates, or or at least be aggressive on them early. I think hot dropping's probably not what you need to do, because then you're at risk of, if you lose that fight or come out incredibly wounded, you're basically done. But at least you could, I guess, if you wanted to, decide the tournament right then and there, just about. Because if you wipe them, then you're going to need like 4 more points, and you only need 4 more points because they're not going to get anything. I personally would love to see an old school hot drop, but if it's not that, I think they need to actually think about a proper camp rotate setup, or they might just say we've got to back ourselves in and hope that All Gamers Global are unable to pick up as many points. But the problem is, if it's a 7 or 8 point gap, like, let's say All Gamers Global pick up 4 points, well, then you need like a 12-point game.
Yeah, or more.
Yeah, so like it's going to be at least fun. It's close enough that the last game is going to be fun, Jordan, and that's what we wanted. That it's single digits. It's possible.
At least it matters for the first 10 minutes, you know what I mean? Like, there's going to be something to sort of sink our teeth into. I mean, look, let's have a conversation about that when we get into it, because there's a little bit more nuance in there that I want to talk about with that hot drop, but should just close this game out first. It might actually be a little bit of a slower final finish here. We're only 25 minutes into this game, by the way. It's probably got a good another, 6-7 minutes to go with only the 3 teams, and they all have a fair bit of space. Now, FW Esports are up on the high ground, but they are the team that's going to have to move their way in. So once they start to move, this is where things could start to get a little bit messier. Razor's going to be the first one to have a little bit of a look down the hill. And he's okay so far. He's going directly towards UNQ. And Canax is going to go right past him as well. So they might have cooked this one a little bit, unfortunately. FW.
Armory Gaming could actually end up picking up almost 25 points from this game, which would put them at about 118, which would put them pretty close to Team Flash and All Gamers Global. They would have to, essentially, Armory Gaming, if they win this game and they do it again in the next game, they could still make top 4. They've got to convert, and they've got to finish this game off, and arguably they need to probably collect all of the kills available. We shouldn't really be seeing any point denial, which is good for them. There's not like a 4th place team that's going to just say, no, we're going to give you the win but deny you the kills. They've got to defeat Cerberus here. They've got to wipe them out and then get the next kill as well onto FW. So this becomes incredibly crucial for Armory Gaming. They'll still be a long shot in the last game, but they'll be the only other team besides Team Flash that has any kind of chance if they can, of course, have another game akin to this.
Easier said than done, but not impossible.
They would actually be the ones thinking about, legitimately, if I'm Armour Gaming, I legitimately think about hot dropping All Gamers Global if you win this game.
If they win this game being the operative word. I mean, Cerberus, there's a P90 in tow, so they're going to be a tough nut to crack as well, moving their way through the map. You still got to remember, Sixax is up here for FW Esports, and he could have some degree of influence over this 3-on-3, which is now starting to play out. The util getting tossed forward, flashes everywhere. Duckmai really struggling on that behalf, but
good kill.
Knock. And Shanks going to be on the floor. This is problematic. All Gamers, Armory Gaming, I should say. As you said, they kind of need this win. They need all of these points, and it's going to be much more difficult now that Shanks is on the floor. Blue Zone nade will force Duckmai away from the rock.
just wonder if AG are running a little bit out of utility here. And Darkmind's going to go for the push up. Oh, he does get the knock. Only one up now to 1v1. Sololzy wins it. And that might just spell the end for Armory Gaming. Little did they know they were a very solid chance. Sololzy just taking the 1v1, and none of this matters at this point. Neither FW or Cerberus are even remotely close enough to the top 4. But a good feeling for Cerberus to finish off that particular game for what would now be their first chicken dinner of these qualifiers. Armory Gaming so close, Jordan, to giving themselves one last little hope going into the final game, but they fall short. They lose the battle. They lose the 1v1 in the end to Sololzy, who then wins the final 1v1 as well against FW's 6 sacks. And we are set up now. 1 game to go. Match 18, 4th versus 5th, single digits. That's what the last game is going to come down to, and we will see which team will be joining essentially Sharper, TDT, and Biruram at the Esports World Cup from APAC after the break.
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
So it all comes down to this. Match 18 here in the APAC qualifiers for PUBG on the road to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. 3 teams are pretty much locked in: Jordan, Biram United, Sharper Esports, and TDT. But for All Gamers Global, they've got a fight on their hands. It's an 8-point gap with 1 game remaining. Now, I should add the caveat, there is always a chance that All Gamers go and pick up, say, 8 points, and Team Flash go pick up 16 points, and TDT get 0 points. So they're not fully locked in, I guess, for TDT. But certainly Sharper and Biram, you can put the hard lock on those two. TDT will give them the soft lock. And for Armory Gaming, again, theoretically, they're not out of it either. They could go and get a 10-kill win, and the 2 teams above them don't reach the 130 mark. So that, too, is a possibility going into the last game. I think for E-Arena, needing 30 points, that being a 20-kill win, that's just not going to happen. So Armory Gaming, short odds for Team Flash, and obviously for All Gamers, that's going to be the head-to-head battle, and TDT just need a couple of points just to make sure that they're all fine and dandy.
Yeah, most definitely. A 20-kill win feels like it's a bit out of the realms of possibility in modern-day PUBG, with the parity that we typically see in these kinds of lobbies. So Team Flash versus AG is going to be your major conversation for this matchup. We were talking about the possibility of a hot drop coming through here, or a rotation camp. Look, I think if it's going to be anything, it almost will probably have to be a hot drop, just purely because their drop locations are so far away from one another. Team Flash going up towards Severny typically, and AG down around that farm area. So they're just like on completely different sides of the island. So unless you're going to...
doing the hot drop.
Well, I mean, that's a possibility as well, I guess. But they're, I would say, even further than incentivized for that hot drop, because they're just that much further away in terms of the points that they're going to need to pick up. So my gut feeling is no, we're not going to get it. But it's always a possibility we have to discuss. We're going to have a look here and see how things go out of that plane path. And it's a very nice, stable path for all involved. Everybody's going to get where they need to go without too much discomfort. So who is dropping where is the big question mark that we're going to...
Flash are going up north. So, they're not entertaining any idea of it. And that's totally understandable. I think they're close enough that you don't need to... All Gamers Global going far down south. Also, considering the way that this plane path is, it's not as if both teams are looking to drop something like Pachinki. So in the end, no hot drop shenanigans, and even more so, certainly no camp rotate shenanigans either. First Zone isn't going to fully dictate how this game plays out, but there's certainly going to be influence. Team Flash, obviously, and All Gamers Global, the two to really watch. Armory Gaming, we kind of keep an eye on them in the background, Jordan, and see, are they quietly just putting together another really good game? They'll be kicking themselves that they couldn't close out that last game. Now finding out they're 18 points behind. Had they gone on and got that win, they would have probably been almost closer to 10 points behind. Like, that's actually unfathomable. They would have been pretty much tied with Team Flash. Looks like there is actually a hot drop over towards the quads, but between two teams that I think are just fighting for, obviously, the vehicles. 6ax will get probably this elimination of Hoang, so his time in the APAC qualifiers is done, but his time at the Esports World Cup will not be done as long as TDT just get a couple of points just to make sure there's no funny business. Yeah, I mean, TDT were, you did sort of highlight maybe a bit of an outside chance if things really didn't go their way in this final game, but if they were to pick up a couple of quick points here against FW Esports, then that likelihood becomes quite diminished. Van Nye already getting one on the board there against Rides, and again, that's going to start to lock TDT, and he's got the Tommy gun in hand, and around the corner, double swing. That'll do it.
Enough to get the better of 6ax. Nice work from Judd and Van Nye, and you're right, 2 points on the board here already, starting to make us very, very comfortable for TDT. Not to mention the fact that they've got themselves a nice setup already. I mean, they're up in the quads here. The zone pool has come north again. It's not quite as sort of Severny-centered as it was in the previous game. Got a bit of Starbar Hill involved. We've got Yasnaya Polyana as well there, which is incidentally where Team Flash are. So I guess they'll be happy with how that pool has gone. Again, Flash have the same sort of game as what they did in the previous, where they get the phase 1 zone, they get the options of where they want to go, and it's about making the correct call of where do you think this zone is going to end up pulling. It's very hard to make that call off of a phase 1 zone, typically. but they're going to have to try to take a gamble here and see what they can do. At least that kind of destiny is in their own hands, as opposed to rotating in late, having to take a position that nobody else really wanted, and then just kind of hoping for the best, which will potentially be more up the alley of all gamers.
And with those 2 kills as well early on now for TDT, they go to 137. So all gamers would need 10 points and Team Flash would need 18 points. Both of those 2 things would have to happen for TDT to miss out. So still a possibility. It's not out of the realms of impossible, but that's what that's kind of the right now. That's the caveat for TDT. So again, any little 1 or 2 points they get from here just further makes that more and more and more unlikely. But you kind of can't say that 100% locked in the same realms as Buriram and Sharper. Which, credit to Sharper, their turnaround this tournament midway through day 2 all the way through into day 3 has been tremendous. Buriram, I almost feel like a little bit I'm pretty chuffed with myself, Jordan, when, we were kind of midway through day 2, and I was just sort of saying Buriram to me felt like the best team, even if they weren't the #1 team. Well, it's looking likely they will end up being the #1 team, even without a chicken dinner. It seems as if that's become a foregone conclusion throughout these qualifiers. They've just been the most consistent, best general play, and definitely deserving their top spot and, of course, their ticket to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would have necessarily said the same thing, to be honest. I think on those first 2 days, I would have been really happy with, all gamers coming in the top spot. But they have just fallen off so dramatically here on day 3 that conversation certainly shifts over to Buriram. But I think definitely on the first couple of days, I would have had my money on all gamers. Buriram, though, with the consistency that they've shown, especially without having found that win, you're right, are a really, really good shout at the moment. And Sololzi getting some points in the back pocket, or hoping to get some for Cerberus. Because once again, it is ISG that do become a bit of a points pinata for some of the other teams that are a little more established. An Everest position for Cerberus, so they're going to try and find some info. They do love that Everest position. We talked about that, I think, last night when there was a circle over on the western coast, or more toward the western coast. Cerberus were set up in that Everest position, so a fairly standard rotation path for them. The team's got to be aware that they're going to be likely to run into Cerberus if they are going to go up Everest this late in a game. I say late, we're only 6 minutes in, but even still. Harmony Gaming, is there anything to be said for them? We'll be finding out. Zanshin say if we can't have them, no one can. The cars are going to be useless now with no tires. And it's time for an E pickup all the way up to the north. But where are they going to choose to land? Oh, someone didn't make it. I think he hit the building.
I think he did. I'm pretty certain he's hit the edge.
And now he hasn't got a car. They've broken all the tires. He doesn't even have a car he can use.
That's the most Zanshin thing to happen throughout this tournament for the team.
Oh, that's
that has
unbelievable.
Had the worst time at this tournament for the final game to just have that. But it doesn't really matter. They'll probably just be laughing, and more than anything, I don't think they're going to be, annoyed by that. It's just, like, that's just you just have to laugh at that point. And hopefully they take that the right way, but that's hilarious from our perspective, and probably even hilarious from their perspective. It's sort of like, well, this sums up our tournament here in the APAC qualifiers for a team that was so good in the rest of APAC quals to finish first, to get the direct ticket straight to these finals, didn't have to play round 1, round 2 of the APAC quals. It's just summed it up beautifully. As we get towards the final stages, all gamers global are finding themselves really on the south end of this opening circle, not looking to cross past the Roshok River just yet. Armory Gaming have done that. They're just on the other side of the Roshok River. In Flash,
Still go south.
Just to the west.
If this goes south,
it can go south. Yep.
Big.
Yep.
It'd be big for all gamers. Zanshin, the trio of at least, have landed on Canaxi's little spot in the world and told him to move out. And he's out of there, not too interested. So Zanshin have got themselves a position to play from. By the way, Prazel, who was the one that missed out on the E pickup, is still ferreting around in Milta, seeing if he can find any type of vehicle. Oh, he's been knocked. But yeah, I mean, I'm quite keen to see where this next zone shift is going to go in a couple of minutes' time, because that is going to tell us a lot about how this game will play out. If this ends up pulling south for whatever reason, all gamers all of a sudden just kind of become a lock, because I don't see Team Flash getting out of the absolute mess that they're in. Like, there's just a soup of teams around there. It looks like, you know, we've thrown a bit of carrot, bit of celery, bit of meat, bit of potato, bit of everything into the pot, and that's kind of what it looks like in the area around them on the map. Little colors everywhere. So getting out of that position is going to be tough for Team Flash.
Yeah.
I'll be hoping for that northern shift. If they don't get it, I think they're in trouble.
Well, it's even less to do with the fact that it would pull towards All Gamers Global, and just more to do with the fact it'd be pulling away from Team Flash, and them getting out of that spot's going to be far more difficult. FW riding off into the sunset after losing the 2 players to begin this game to TDT, who are still around that area. I think holding out close by to the warehouse, or not in it, but close by to it. All Crazy Rabbits had some decent moments throughout this tournament. Oh no, Hungry Ditch is dead. I don't know how that has happened, but there's a second to follow, and dare I say, this is done. Even despite the fact that one thing that's helping out Team Flash is the fact that E-Arena are taking on All Gamers Global. How is this, and now Long X is dead. What has happened?
I'm not sure.
How have they thrown this? We didn't get to see any of it.
It was to multiple teams as well. They might have, I don't know if, were they just not set up somewhere safe? I thought they would have had a really solid setup, but not the case. Kesama is going to have to be the one to snake it out here, and the zone shift is favorable enough for him.
I mean, it's taken this thing out of the last game, and sometimes, how many times does this happen? It's either the standstill finish, 25-minute mark, or it's just done in 10 minutes. You know, like it's so crazy how it's just one or the other, and you just have to kind of sit back and ponder what actually happened for them to just die in that fashion.
Of all the teams, you know, of all the teams to die, why did it have to be them?
What are they doing though to die like that? Like I'm struggling to really grasp, because we didn't get to see them really at all. I don't think we've actually really looked at them at all this game. And
well, it is what it is.
It's set up obviously for All Gamers Global here. They don't have to really do anything now. The only thing is Armory Gaming, if they go on and get, you know, like a 10-kill win and All Gamers Global get nothing, that is still enough. You know, or even sort of like a 14-kill second place, for instance, does that, and there goes Opon. So I'll just
stop talking.
It's over. It's over.
It's over. It's Jova. Joe, you've done it again. Oh dear. Well, it's not over until it's over, but it is looking pretty rough. And I think
it's
AG are kind of. All right.
It's over for us.
Who's going to talk first? I don't know. It's over. We're done. We're cooked.
We're done. This has just thrown the entire game into disarray. I was going to say,
oh god, this is just unbelievable. God.
All Gamers Global, you know, like limping over the finish line as Team Flash finally eliminated. I don't know how the hell they've
end this pain. End this pain.
It's just ended. Dear. But like, even for All Gamers Global, they've pretty much just limped over the finish line tonight. They've only picked up 17 points in 6 games. Like, talk about a prime opportunity for these teams outside the top 4 to catch up. 17 points tonight. Like, that's just maddening to think that Team Flash, I mean, and to be fair, when we came into tonight, we said Team Flash, we kind of didn't think that they were going to be able to play the catch-up, and we ended up being right.
Yeah. I think AG are kind of reading into, obviously, what they're seeing on the kill feed, and they're recognizing, well, we don't have to do anything anymore. Like, they're just chilling. They are not looking to do jack at this point. Set up as far south on the zone as they can be right now. Take it as slow as they can. Just exist, and that should probably be enough. What is Banana One up to? Dance party. Calling the E pickup is AG. So that may be their way into this zone. That might be why they're playing so far south at the moment.
Very panoramic shot. Well, I mean, I guess there's the battle for first, but again, inadvertently, there's no real difference between first, second, third, fourth, etc. No monetary difference. There's no points or anything like that. You just need to be in the top 4 to qualify for the Esports World Cup. Which, you know, at the end of the day, I think it's a top 4 that I'm, you know, kind of thinking, how many of these would we have predicted? I think Buram, All Gamers would have been the 2 of the 4 that we would have said from day 1, very likely, or at least on paper. TDT and Sharper, I don't think would have
more
been
of an outside chance.
Yeah, they would have been in the conversation, but certainly by no means would have been the teams that we would have said, yeah, we probably expect them. I expected a little bit more from E-Arena, certainly from even FW Esports, maybe even an Armory Gaming for that matter. As we come to a close, just to sort of reiterate where we are at, is the top 4 is very much set. Bureau Ram, Sharper, TDT, and All Gamers Global will be heading off to the Esports World Cup. The one good thing is actually, in comparison to the Korean final game, Jordan, is I didn't have to pull out the notepad this time and do the points on the fly, which was good. I thought about it and I was like, oh, let's just see how the game develops. And then 10 minutes in, Team Flash went out in a flash.
Indeed. Yeah, the only thing that would maybe get it rolling again would be if All Gamers just got completely wiped right now. And then Armory Gaming could think about it, but it's not really giving me that kind of vibe. It's a very messy kind of zone shift here. A lot of players going down. I think everyone's pretty much happy with where they've ended up finding themselves in the overall leaderboard. So some caution being thrown to the wind, just like a piece of debris right there.
What was that?
I'm not sure.
Taego is another one that's fascinating after how good they were on day 2, that they couldn't follow it up and kind of regress back to day 1 as they've got the numbers to clean out ISG. Unders with the knock on to Simon, 15.5 minutes through our final match. And as you said, the only world in which there's any last second shenanigans would be All Gamers Global. Honestly, All Gamers Global dying to Armory Gaming is probably about the only situation, which I'm watching the map feed and they are actually kind of colliding right now. And if Armory Gaming do get a knock against one of them, it's sort of like, hey, that's them, we need to kill them. That just becomes priority number 1. You follow them into the blue if you have to. Like, you put all the brakes and stop whatever you're doing and you hunt them down once you find out where they are. And if they're close by, that just becomes, you can see sort of to the southwest on your screens, but it's also only a 3-man armory and they're not sure that that's obviously going to be All Gamers Global. Circle pop, centers up. Armory Gaming move away from All Gamers Global. I do wonder if they haven't known if that's them, if they would have made the same decision to kind of retreat. I don't think they would have. I think they would have just tried to wipe them out. And unfortunately, it seems as if Jordan has also decided he's out too with a PC crash, so I'm completely by myself. And now it's very much a throwback to the old PUBG 2018 days of solo casting and solo observing and solo producing, but in this case, of course, just the solo casting in a match which is very much a dead rubber. 17.5 minutes ticking over now into phase 4. Center circle. 3 up for E-Arena in a shack. TDT on the ridge, and here comes All Gamers Global for one last rotate in, potentially. Get to the rock, get the knock onto Neb 1. Should be able to convert that into an elimination as well. Hisaki, though, does get knocked down by Lambo, who is now the last one up for the 4 Crazy Rapids. Now it's just 1 Crazy Rapid on the move, going for the seat swap out the back, and that's actually a wonderful knockdown onto Destroy. In the end, the 4 Crazy Rapids get eliminated as Himas will find that kill. And Jordan is back as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think my PC was just feeling the same way that a lot of these teams are about this current game. Everyone's getting absolutely wiped out, and so was my PC, apparently. But yeah, well, catching back up with things. Doesn't look like anything too outrageous is happening. I can see AG still alive. Destroy has gone down to the blue, but it's not a massive concern at this point, as Armory Gaming taking their little time to get involved in this one. So really nothing of massive note necessarily to say. But I guess the biggest conversation here is, can anyone that hasn't really been having a great run finish well? Maybe Forest Natural, could they finish off with a win? It would almost be bittersweet if they did, because they would then end up being so close yet so far, right? Like if they would win here, you'd go, well, with one more game, Forest Natural could do something. But unfortunately, there isn't one more game after this for them. They've just missed out. E-Arena, perhaps the same conversation to be said. What about TDT? Maybe a nice victory lap for them. Certainly won't be for Armory Gaming, as they are now down to just UNQ. And here might be even another point on the board for All Gamers, just to ensure things will get stolen away by E-Arena. Armory eliminated in 11th place. Nice shot in there from Leo. And there is no more chase pack left. Everybody that was a potential threat for All Gamers is done. All Gamers still alive, so we can pretty much now confirm the top 4 going through to EWC as a result.
Yep, absolutely locked in, which is good. I always say the one thing that I always sort of just always have at the back of my mind is doing the maths wrong, calculations. Last game, you know, 1-2 points here or there, and you're like, have they got it? Have they got it? We don't know, especially when we don't have the API leaderboard to kind of help out. But that's not going to be the case. Of course, in this instance, it's all done. Yeah, and, you know, I said they've kind of maybe limped over the line tonight, All Gamers Global, but I think their potential at EWC will be higher than what we've actually even seen in this tournament. I think there's been clearly their best can be the best.
Yes.
Can they just do it? Can they do it enough? That's the question. You know, no disrespect to Boulevard, but they never won a game. Their consistency was the best. Their general play was the best. But if we were to kind of peak, you know, who had the best match between the two of Boulevard and All Gamers Global, you're going to take All Gamers Global. So that's a strength of theirs they can take over to Riyadh.
Yeah, I'm not even really that mad about the teams that we've got that are going to qualify. I think you've probably got the 4 best teams that have actually played in this qualifier. It's not like any funny business necessarily that's come through, like one team's been unlucky or something like that. I mean, it's, to me, no doubt that All Gamers and Boulevard have probably been the 2 of the top teams. Obviously, All Gamers had a slow day today, but I think they displayed enough to me to think, okay, eye test wise, they really do look like a solid shout. Sharper definitely had their moments, took a bit to get rolling, but they also, when they were playing well, really looked like they were very, very solid. And TDT have been a consistent force as well. So I think a lot of positives to take away for those 4 teams, as we do see 2 of them fighting against one another. It is going to be All Gamers trying to dislodge Sharper.
Leo knocked as well by Nurians. EA at least fighting it out at the death here in the warehouse, and then eventually Savageman Esports will be eliminated. Down to the final 8 teams. Van Nye still up. More points here for TDT. Not too sure if they're going to be able to catch Burarem or not. I do want to remind everyone again that in terms of the 1, 2, 3, 4 positions, they don't matter. There's no difference between first, second, third, or fourth. It's just very much a top 4 finish. Gets you to the EWC. Obviously, in different tournaments, John, you know, you're talking about points or you're talking about prize money. In this instance, none of that is applicable. And credit as well. All Gamers Global looks like they're just having a little bit of fun towards the end of this game. They, I would imagine, through kill feed reading, would know that they have qualified.
There's no way
you play it out. You've got to just play it out, even if you're 100% sure. You still just play it out in the weird case of, you know, any other possibilities. Yep. And a little 1v1. Tycon low on health. Vest broken. Thunders will actually clean up all 3. Saki, Himas, and Tycon. There goes All Gamers Global, and down to the final 5 teams.
Jacob's battling some demons right now. They're trying to peek in through the window. But this should just be a case of Forest Natural as a trio charging in and trading out Jacob. I don't think there's really anything you can do about it. I'm even surprised to see Baron still playing this angle. I'm not too sure why they don't just send it on him. Do they not know? Maybe they don't know that Nurans is still down. Could be assuming that Jacob's been able to find the res and there might be 2 players in here. That could be one of the reasons. Well, there we go, finally. Jacob opens up an angle for Baron, and we are now into the top 4. Sharper and Buriram, the 2 teams in the top 4 overall, are looking for a victory lap type of a win. And
Could they get the win?
What if Zanshin could get that win? That would be.
Could get their win.
No, I want to see Zanshin win, bro. Just so that, just to put the cherry on top for them. It's been a pretty rough run, but let's give them something right at the end.
There's 13 teams that I'm looking at. 2 in the top 13 haven't won. One of them's in 11th FW. The other one is first Buriram. It's a weird metric to think that there's been so many winners and one of them's not going to be the team that's in first. Could they do it here? 2 players up. That's a Palui, and it looks as if Zanshin, though, with a clean win over Sharper Esports. It's 3v2 to close out the final match. Good for Zanshin to at least end on a high note for a team that has struggled. And you think back, poor old Prazel, I wonder if he ended up... I wasn't keeping track of it. I wonder if he just died in the blue or something. But remember, of course, the E-pickup collision for him certainly cost him an opportunity to be at this point in the game with the rest of his team. Which this is where they hop drop. They kind of caught themselves a bit of a feed throughout phases 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're on the edge of it now. So they've definitely benefited.
Zanshin might be my goats if they win this game. I think they should go to EWC. Let's just say this game counts for 50. How about that?
Yeah, imagine that's a rule that they add in. It's like, it's like when you're in school and it's like the, next goal wins.
Yeah, exactly.
The bells.
Next win wins. Who cares about super settings? Have you heard of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner? Win the last game of the tournament. That's what actually matters.
Then that would be don't even give them ideas. We've already had.
Don't even say words. Don't even.
We've already had tournament structures in the past that were actually too similar.
Yeah. Well, it's going to slow down a little bit here. Zanshin are inevitably going to have to move, though. They should have a decent number of smokes available to them, which they're going to certainly have to use well. It's really looking like it should be Forest Natural. Here comes Zanshin on the move. Nicel out in the Dacia to try and take a little bit of space underneath the ridge. Where is Buriram in all of this? They're just kind of chilling in the hut.
This could actually take a little while, unless especially even if Nicel gets knocked.
Yeah.
To finish off this last game. Riz going for a big wrap actually up north, and this may end up working, even though he is split from Can. Looking at that minimap, Baron has just checked behind him, but it doesn't seem, it's not a hard check. He doesn't really know that Riz is here. I think it's more of a soft check to just kind of when you look behind and you're seeing, is anyone creeping up on me? But he can't see him because he's so far up. Holographic on. Oh, you don't even nade here. You certainly don't nade. You just kill him.
Oh, he was spotted out by Zanshin, I think, and then gets turned upon by Forest Natural as well. Maybe they were waiting. Maybe they were waiting for that knock. It would have been a smart play from Zanshin if they did. Scappy is going to get the knock and the kill onto Nicel as well, who tried to pick the pace up there off the back of that knock. Baron is going to be confirmed by E. And you've still got Can here for Buriram out on the outskirts. I think if I'm Zanshin, I'm probably leaving him up to his own devices because it honestly feels like he's probably more likely to push in onto Forest Natural than onto Zanshin. But if he's going to shoot at Zanshin, then he starts shooting back, obviously. And E will push his way forward behind that deployable cover to see if he can find any kind of a fight. I mean, it's just one by one. Seeing what you can get done. This is really aim prac more than anything else at this point.
Yeah, a little bit of late game prac. You know, if you're thinking of this eventually for someone like Buriram in this instance, they're going to be heading off to Riyadh. So, like, what happens if you're in a situation like this? You know, how do you play it? What can you kind of gain from that sort of position? Eventually, they got third. They don't end up with a win through 18 matches, but they will be going off to the Esports World Cup. It's a fascinating one, but really good consistency from Buriram, and their overall placements have been really high. Like so many second, thirds, and fourths. It's outstanding that they never were able to actually win any of those games. 2v2, the team that's on the very bottom. Is there an opportunity for Zanshin, the rest of APAC qual winner, who got the direct spot here into the finals, to end match 18 with a chicken dinner, and would actually be a pretty decent chicken dinner as well. I don't mean to rub salt in the wounds here, Jordan, but if they do win this game, they will actually double their points in one match compared to the other 17.
That's not a pretty statistic. I don't think they're going to even be able to do that. So long as I don't think they're going to win this game. This feels pretty doomed for E. So he is going to be finished off there by Forest Natural. And I gotta say, that might be the roughest way to win a game for Forest Natural, because that's going to get them, was a 10 kill win. So it's going to get 20 points.
16.
Going to get to 116, which puts them close to striking distance for a top 4. Had we had any more games, but we don't had any more games. So Forest Natural, they'll perhaps end up in 6th place, just below Team Flash. A good final game from them, but our 4 teams that are qualified, we knew were from the outset pretty much going to be Buriram and Sharper, and then it was just a question of would it be maybe TDT or AG getting knocked down a peg. That didn't happen. Those 2 teams are confirmed, and so we have our 4 EWC qualified teams.
Yep, 100%. Congratulations, Buriram, Sharper, TDT, and All Gamers Global. Again, you certainly don't need to worry about who finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. I mean, it'll all be updated on the Wikipedias and the Twires and the PUBG Esports.com tournament leaderboard as well, Jordan, if you're really fascinated to kind of see who ends up actually having finished first. I'm pretty certain it will be Buriram, though, to have technically taken out 1st place. But again, there's no difference between 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. Those 4 teams will be representing the APAC region over in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. And, you know, I think the tournament that has played out in the 18 matches that we've seen, there's no, for me, disappointment with the 4 teams that we've got. You know, there was no funny business where one team played really kind of average for the most part and then just had one super mega night, won 3 in a row and just stole the spot away. All Gamers Global, I look at that as a roster that has a high peak, had some huge games, had some huge wins. TDT, I thought, showed really good resilience. At one point, they were kind of teetering, and they kind of just buckled down. Really big night from them tonight. Sharper, day 1 was a bit, it was okay. They got some points, and then day 2 was like, bam, this is what we can do. And the back-to-back wins then set them up, and they followed in on that as well then to start tonight. And there was that run, I think it was a stretch of like 7 or 8 games where they just looked like the best team in the server, and obviously Buriram were able to do it essentially all 18 games. Like very, very, I can't actually think of any moment where Buriram went out like last, 0 points. Like they just didn't have those kind of games. Good ultra consistency. If I wanted to kind of shout out some teams in terms of who missed out, you know, Team Flash were obviously always thereabouts. You don't go into the last game single digits behind and be a bad team. They were probably just not consistent enough throughout, especially earlier on in the tournament. Armory Gaming like showed some signs here or there. E-Arena, I think that they would probably look at this tournament and say that they could have definitely made top 4.
It was a fumble. It was definitely a fumble. Yeah, I mean, Team Flash, for me, their bad games were not good enough to be in the top 4. Does that make sense? Like when we're looking at the top 4, their bad games were often 4 or 5 point games. Whereas for Team Flash, they got wiped out a few times. Armory got wiped out a few times. E-Arena, I just don't think really had enough good games, if that makes sense. They had 2 wins, but if you have 2 wins, you only get 38 placement points total, which is lower than any of the top 5, and a Buriram that didn't get a single win. You know, you're doing something wrong in a lot of your games. E-Arena were out of the picture for quite a large portion of that one, and the same kind of can be said for Forest Natural. Very, very similar kind of a story to E-Arena. Roy Esports as well would probably be pretty disappointed. They were in the hunt from day 1 and then just continued to slide down further and further and further as the days went on. So maybe just a bit of an overperformance on day 1 and ended up going back to the mean, unfortunately for them. So yeah, a few teams that were in the conversation, but like I said, I'm pretty happy with the 4 teams that we've got to qualify through to EWC, but also obviously in addition to that, you've got Theraton 5, The Expendables and Day Trade that all got a global ranking invite, and those three teams are also quite solid. So it's going to be a good representation from Asia Pacific at Esports World Cup.
And here's the final rankings as we've got it updated pretty quickly. So we'll highlight that before we close up. And the order actually did remain the same as it was going into the last game. Biram on top, close, 3 points above Sharper. And then TDT in third, All Gamers in fourth. And in the end had a 14-point gap to Team Flash, who were, in the end, unable to get any points in that final game. So, not a lot of actually moving or shaking at all in that last game. It was a little bit disappointing the way that it kind of finished from a neutral viewer expected, but happy for the 4 teams that have qualified and wishing certainly all of them the best of luck at the Esports World Cup. But that's us done, Jordan. We finish up here. Any closing thoughts from yourself?
Let's do it again soon. Don't know when that will be, if it will ever be, but it was nice to be back on some PUBG.
Hopefully not another 2 years.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the second half of 2025. Let's just say.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in here for the APAC qualifiers. Best of luck to the 4 teams that will be representing APAC at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Make sure you follow all of the socials pertaining to the event so you know when to kind of cheer on these APAC teams. And as for these qualifiers, we bid you farewell. Best of luck once again to APAC at the Esports World Cup.